Okay, I'd like to call the Park County Board of Commissioners to order the meeting. And if you'll join me with pledge. Scott?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. First, we have a consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the following stipulations that the changes in meeting dates due to election timeframes that we changed from August 18th to 19th and from November 3rd to November 4th. And that we approve and sign the Green Creek Inn and RV Park resolution as to form.
Second.
Then moved and second to change the meetings from the 18th to the 19th, 3rd to the 4th. And then approve the Green Creek Park resolution to form.
Mhm.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, so the consent agenda with the approved corrections will be to approve the minutes from January 20th and January 22nd for County Clerk Colleen Renner. Approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve 2 changes to commissioner meetings as stated. Approve and allow chair to sign a petition for inclusion NWRW. And then approve the Green Creek Inn RV Park resolution as the form. All those in favor?
We did.
We already did
Passed.
Okay, all right. Okay, Park County Developments, or Park County Commissioner Development Standards and Regulations, Chairman No, or Commissioner Field.
Thank you. TAG met again last week. We're still catching up on the uses. We have 3 areas of the uses left to go through with the TAG group, agriculture, energy, and transportation, I think. Hopefully we can conclude those end of this week. Then we have 1 other meeting scheduled with them toward the end of February, whereas we are hoping to have the new updated area uses chart and draft zoning map back from the consultants. When we get those 2 back, we'll start review on those to see how those meet the public input from the last public meetings that we had. And then planning and zoning will also be reviewing those things. And then we're comparing notes back and forth between the TAG and the Planning and Zoning Commission before bringing those things to the county commissioners for initial review. Okay.
Thank you. We're a little early, but any public comments on agenda or non-agenda items? Any public comment? Go ahead.
And Mr. Chair, just because we are a little bit ahead, I want to back up just a little bit. So Dossie, on the DSR, what is our estimated next public round of meetings?
We
Is it
had,
March.
well, we had kind of talked about March and April, but in talking to the consultants and the amount of work that they're finishing up, plus reviewing this chart and the maps, they're kind of pushing that off a little bit toward the end of May, first part of June,
Okay.
because we want to make sure that all that stuff is ready in the format that we think it ought to go out to the public in and give us more information from the public at that time.
So as public context, if we were to say we're shooting for May,
I would say end of
that
May.
would
first
be
of June.
optimistic. Okay.
Yeah. Those will be advertised as we have in other areas. As we pick dates for specific planning areas, we'll get those out as early as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? I assume we can have this discussion, but I've had a few people get a hold of me about not being interviewed as incumbents
Mhm.
for boards, so forth, and the kind told them that was kind of the goal. And in one of my conversations came up is and I think it's very valid, is we have from time to time, there's people on boards I haven't. So we have incumbents that have been interviewed by the entire board. So is that something that we need to look at doing, is interviewing? It could be extensive on sometimes when we have a lot of turnover, but the fact that some of the board has never interviewed some of these incumbents, is that something we want to look at?
Mr. Chairman, part of the reason that we've done that is due to time,
Sure.
depending on how many applicants and stuff we have. The other is, for the most part, on most of these boards that we appoint people to, we have liaisons to. And those liaisons attend those meetings and kind of know how those board members have been working or not working, whichever we see. So I think that's one of the beliefs, that we had some input because of liaison work, and we also didn't have time to
Sure.
interview everybody in some cases. I know there in December, we interviewed, I don't know, 20 people in 2 meetings. So that was part of it. I don't have any problem interviewing any of them or the incumbents, but that was the reasoning behind some of it.
Mr. Chairman, I agree 100% with what you're saying, time wise and everything, and we do have the liaisons. We usually take the recommendation of it, but it has happened where we have bumped a sitting. Is it possible when we send notices to give the incumbents the option, if they want to interview or come before the board, but maybe not make it necessary? I'm just asking. Conversation possible?
Or I guess something else, would it be something we could consider having them send us a resume so that everybody can read?
The incumbents?
The incumbent as
For
well.
instance, one of mine I'm thinking about is the airport, where one of the incumbents, the president, he get interviewed, and full disclosure, he's a friend of mine. But the fact that one of the candidates interviewed said there wasn't a pilot on the board, which the president is extremely qualified, and I can't remember which it was, but it's not important. But maybe if we're not going to interview him for lack of time, or because of time, that we have him send us a resume, or
Mr. Chairman, I believe they are required to resubmit an application.
Right.
And with that is it's requested within for any follow-up letter or resume, correct?
We are gonna ask them stuff that. Not necessarily. Resume.
Right, but they do definitely have to reapply, correct? And with that letter of reapplying, they're
Should be.
notified then that they can
Yeah.
send that. But I think as far as that in-person interviews, I think that should be an option to them if they feel strongly enough about coming in.
Mr. Chair, I think I personally, I see that perspective that you're saying, that some of the incumbents, there's going to be new commissioners, and I don't know all the incumbents, and potentially in the next election cycle, there could be 3 different commissioners that don't know them. So I would strongly be in favor of them at least having the option to come in and interview, because that makes a big difference to me. If I see someone in person and I know kind of how they interact, that makes a big difference. And also having their resume, if they can't come, is invaluable to me. So I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, I could go either way, Mr. Chair. If we bring in like the incumbents, all the incumbents on the fair board, I mean, what question am I gonna ask them? It's, how are you doing? What's your favorite color? I already know how they interact on the fair board, but maybe it would help the rest of the commissioners if they could ask questions, but maybe they could just come in and make a statement, I guess, but we won't have too many questions for them.
so I guess what would be the preference then? Just interview, or have them fill out their application and resume, and then give them the option?
Mr. Chairman, I think we require they fill out the application and resume and give them the option if they want an interview.
Okay.
That would be my take.
I like that.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. And we got some time. We got 10 minutes, 9 minutes. Everybody can do that scramble break. Okay. Moving forward, yeah, I looked at something wrong here. Terry Smith, Park County Clerk's Office, reference liquor license transfer for Wapiti Lodge liquor license LLC. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Carrie Smith. I'm the second deputy in the Park County Clerk's Office, and I will be presenting today for your consideration the full retail liquor license transfer. It's going from Kyle LLC doing business as the Wapiti Lodge. It's going to go to Wapiti Lodge Liquor License LLC doing business as Wapiti Lodge. Everything has stayed the same for this license, same location, same stipulations. They've met all the requirements. Everything's been paid. We've ran it through the newspaper for this public hearing. The only thing that is still pending, and it's more of a timeliness.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I did not, it's not stated it's public hearing. That's my bad.
Oh, sorry.
So, sorry, we should wait till 9:50. My bad.
We will start again.
No, you're good. You can stay. Yeah.
9:50.
Yes. No, it's okay.
You don't have an option.
Yeah, it's not marked on the thing, so I didn't.
Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
while we have a minute, one of the things that came up after our last meeting was the public trying to comment on our feed. And I just think the public needs to realize that we don't have that ability. It is not set up for that. We don't have staff to monitor that while we're having public hearings. And actually, we never saw anything come through. Even if you do look up at the screen, it does not show up. So I just want the public to know that if they have comments, they need to email us or send it, send it ahead of time or come on in for the public hearing, but we don't have the ability to take them on the feed.
Yeah, and I appreciate you clarifying that. All right. Real quick, before we do our public meeting, just want to let the public know that, from approximately this last Wednesday to Friday, we lost most of our email. It did not jeopardize anything else as far as records or anything like that. It strictly was between, emails. So just want to let everybody know, if you didn't get a reply on your email, please contact us or resend your email and we will get back to you. So we have Carrie Smith, Park County Clerk's Office, with the liquor license transfer for Wapiti Lodge Liquor License LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Carrie Smith, second deputy in the Park County Clerk's Office, and I'm bringing for your consideration the full retail liquor license transfer. It's going from Kyle LLC doing business as the Wapiti Lodge to Wapiti Lodge Liquor License LLC doing business as Wapiti Lodge. Nothing about this has changed. It's still at the same location. It's still full retail liquor license. They still have the guest ranch designation. All stipulations have been met. We're meeting here today as a public meeting. All fees have been paid. They are in good standing with the business entity search with YDOT. The only thing that is still pending is Kyle LC was behind on their sales tax with the excise tax. That was paid yesterday, and so it's just timeliness. I expect to get that email saying that that's in good standing at any moment today. Otherwise, it's all on the up and up. All the requirements have been met.
Awesome.
Will you hold that permit until that information's received?
Yes. Yes.
Just a couple, Terry, just a couple questions here. Where they transfer an ownership, but then where it has circled as a county malt beverage permit.
That was a clerical error on my part. I do have it updated.
Okay, so they have the full retail?
Yep, it's full retail.
Okay, all right. And the other question I had is my understanding is that it doesn't go into effect until the transfer of ownership
Yes,
of the property.
which I believe has already happened.
Oh, okay, all right. Does open meet public comments, anybody? Any public comments on the transfer of this liquor license? Zach? Got nothing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to close public hearing. Second.
Been moved and second to close public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the transfer of the liquor license for Wapiti Lodge Liquor License LLC.
Second.
Been moved and second to approve the liquor license transfer to Wapiti Lodge Liquor License LLC. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thanks, Gary.
Okay.
He's way ahead again.
Well, I almost, the staff meeting about got away from it, so you know. Guys trying to catch up.
Did you drink all the coffee?
I left a little,
How much?
or at least a half a cup.
Real fine.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is Timothy Myers reference the Buffalo Bill Dam Board. Mr. Myers? Come forward and have a seat, please. Yeah. And if you wouldn't mind, since it's recorded, just pull that mic up a little close, state your name for the record.
Timothy Myers.
Okay. And we see we've received your application for the Buffalo Bill Dam Board. Buffalo Bill
Visitor Center.
Reservoir Visitor Center. It says a little different on the page here, but anyway, Mr. Myers, if you would just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I'm a patent attorney, retired. I started out as an engineer at Hewlett Packard, and then for about 20 years of doing engineering work, HP wanted me to help out the legal department because of my business and technical expertise. So they actually sent me to law school, and I did that, and then became a lawyer, and then progressed through the legal department through that. I'm from Montana originally. I grew up in Great Falls, and then I went to high school in Peerless, Montana, which is way up in the northeast corner of the state. Nobody knows, but there are only 8 kids in my class. Smallest town. So, other than that, I did while I lived in Oregon, had a vineyard, so I kind of know a bit about agriculture as well. I did have to give that up when I became a manager at HP. So they wouldn't allow me to have any business outside. So it just leased it out at that point.
Okay, so we'll have a few rounds of questions for you, and then feel happy to ask us any questions you have of the board.
Mm-hmm.
We'll start down there with Mr. Mangold.
Thanks for applying.
Oh,
I don't have a lot of questions about the Buffalo Bill Board. You've been up there quite a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the Peerless school name?
Peerless High School,
Yeah, but do they have a team?
Panthers, huh?
Oh, the Panthers.
Panthers. Just like
There you go.
Powell.
Now, are we filling a vacant? And what is the rest of the term?
3-year term.
It's a 3-year term, and how was the incumbent had already served?
Passed away, but it is the end of his term.
It's at the end, so it'll be for 1 year. Oh, it'll be for 3 years. Usually it says vacancies filled to serve the unexpired term.
His term expired this year.
Oh,
He was
okay.
gonna have to renew anyway.
That's all I have. More questions for you guys.
All right, Mr. Myers, thank you for applying. You definitely have extensive experience. I read through your resume, and I thank you for providing the resume. I think the background, the law background, and the service on board members as treasurers and finance committees and looking at budgets, I think that will be valuable skills to bring to the board. What is something you see, or have you thought about this maybe with this particular board, of how you could bring something that would improve it or maybe make it more known to tourists? Or what do you think something more that it needs?
Yeah. So I think, it depends on what the board wants to do, of course, work within the bounds. But what I would say is just kind of bring it more up to date. The exhibits are good, but it's like, the TV screen is old, the black and white. I think you can redo the video so that it would be a lot more appealing to people. I think what you want to do in something that's a small center like that is you just want to give people an experience. So I would do something that kind of makes them want to go to the visitor center. So I would suggest doing like videos on YouTube and stuff just to show more history and things where they have time to look at it and do it, but it's something they want to then put on their checklist to go to the visitor center. And then there you want to give them the experience. So things that I was thinking that would be good is, let me see, I wrote down a couple so I can remember. Oh yeah, so one would be like to have a camera maybe that you could put in the water so you can see the fish and stuff, but have it on a viewer so they could actually put a big screen so you can kind of see, because the aquariums are really big at attracting people. They just like to watch this stuff go on. Another thing is like, you could have a sound system in a small room there, like in the viewing thing where you have low bass and stuff, and then you could actually show like at Boulder Dam, you could stand in a tunnel and actually feel the water rushing by it, but you could have the same thing where the project around, the water rushing, but yet you'd have the sound, you get the feel of some actual thing going on. You could also do stuff for like outside, maybe have some things set up so that you could, people standing in the right place, they could see it looks like either the construction guys on their little spider things where they're working on the walls, or you could just have a video playing where, showing the concrete being produced and poured type thing, just to kind of get a feel for it. But you're out there and it's just kind of blending into it. But that would be something, long term. Anyway, I think in the short term would be a really good thing to put there is right now they're having to rebuild the Laprelle Dam because of its design construction. And it was built the same time as the Buffalo Bill Dam and also the Pathfinder Dam. And they all have different, they're all designed by the same people almost, but the design decisions that they made, you can tell what happens. The Buffalo Bill Dam is very stable, no problems. The Pathfinder Dam has a bunch of maintenance issues because of its construction, even though it's similar to the Buffalo Bill. And then the Proud Dam was made on the cheap. And now they're finding out, 100 years later, not a good idea. Now that it's going to cost them quite a bit of money to replace it. And then it's like, well, you could talk about, well, what kind of dam then should they put in place for that? And there's all kinds of engineering issues, but you can teach people a lot of things about concrete design, about just the whole architecture, the management of how they make these decisions. So that's why I'm kind of excited about it, because I just think there's a lot there that people don't really see. But again, you got to do it with what resources you have and what the board wants to do. Cool.
Great ideas. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for applying. I usually ask questions about board service and that kind of thing, but you've certainly answered that in your resume and the information that you
Yeah, I
sent.
tried to target it so you didn't have to go through a big long.
Plenty of board work. There's no question there. I'm impressed that you read Burl's books.
Yeah, all three of them.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And I appreciate that. What, in her books and in the history, what do you think, if someone asked you up there as a visitor, what do you think is the greatest thing about that dam? What would you say?
Oh, the greatest thing about the dam, I think that they were able to do it in that time frame. And the reason it kind of worked is because of the what they call the cyclopean architecture, cyclopean architecture, because of the way they put the boulders in the dam. Even though they call them plumb rocks, it was only because of color, not everybody's trying to think about plumb lines because of surveying, right? But that's what separates it from the Pathfinder Dam. Even though that's also a cyclopean architecture, that one is kind of like brick and mortar. So that's where they have the problem because of the temperature contractions and stuff. It breaks the motor and then they get leaks. Where the Buffalo Bill Dam, it's the rocks are embedded inside the dam. And what that helps with is not only the strength, but it absorbs the heat, makes it harder for the dam to expand and contract. And then you got the top part of the dam where they rebuilt it with modern architecture. And now it's got epoxy coated rebar and stuff in there. And you could say, well, how did they make sure that that structure doesn't expand and contract differently than the bottom dam and cause problems? And that's what they the designers worked through to get the right concrete mix and stuff to make that work. But the other thing that's interesting is that the hydro generation actually takes up no surface area of the water because the water they use for the hydro actually goes downstream for the irrigation. And so it's basically free for that. It's just the maintenance cost of the electricity, producing it on that thing. The other thing is, that was one of the other things I was gonna have for an exhibit. What you could do is compare the hydro generation with like wind, solar, nuclear, gas, coal. And what you'd find is, solar would only take up like 3% of the area to generate the same electricity of the dam. Windmills would be 30%, which if you imagine one cell tower out in that area caused bunch of trouble, what
Yeah.
30% of the area of the reservoir
Yeah.
filled with windmills, right? Nuclear and coal and gas wouldn't take up much area at all. And actually, they can actually produce well, but the solar has the benefit of less CO2 carbon emissions. But the gas, even though it's high in CO2 carbon emissions, the amount of electricity, dollars of electricity produced is about the same as the solar anyway, the carbon emissions. So it's like, what are you looking for, economy or emissions in total?
Best way to do it. Thank you.
But these are all things that you can teach people, right?
Mhm.
Tim, I really appreciate you coming in and volunteering for a board like this. It's obvious you have the interest here and reading your stuff, as Dossie mentioned, the Burl Churchill's book as well as other history as going forth. And you have some great ideas. We recently, as the commissioners, toured the Flaming Gorge Dam, and they had a similar venue like you're describing, a video of the history of the area, the building of the dam, and it was all through archive. It was very, very interesting. So I hopefully you have good luck with getting that done, because it was very good. And even beyond the history of the dam, there's so much history there, what's underneath the dam,
Yeah.
stinking water, colder as hell and all that stuff. So yeah, it's very good. But I really don't have any questions. I think you'd be a perfect fit. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well, thank you for applying. I mean, you've definitely done your research and know your stuff there. Just a couple quick questions. Obviously, I think one of your big strengths is obviously your knowledge of everything that's going on, the dam and everything that's going on. But what do you think would be a weakness you would bring?
a weakness for, yeah, well, again, I don't know how the board actually operates, whether it's a functional board, I mean, just oversight, or if it's actually gets involved in as a working thing. I mean, if it's just oversight, the problem would be that I probably want to get involved much with it. I don't want to micromanage people because I know that's bad just from managing, but I do like to get my hands dirty. And so that could be a problem. If it's a working board, then I don't think that's a problem. I guess the weakness would be that's because I'm retired now and my wife wants to do a lot of things because of my Parkinson's. I may not be able to do everything in the future. She wants to get it done now. My time might get limited at it, and things. So
Do you see, you mentioned that may be a problem. Do you see that as an actual problem with being on the board? I mean, with balancing your time?
well, it depends how much board time. I did look at the IRS 990 form for the board, and it kind of says how many hours they work. And it looks like no other than the treasurer and the president, they don't spend more than like an hour a week at head, I think, on a thing for most board members. I'm not really looking like for a ceremonial type board thing. It's more, if I do something, I want to do something, not just sit there.
Right.
So I would dedicate my time to it, but there we have a new grandchild coming, so in June, so that may, June may have issues with the time or whatever if we have to go down there.
Board have any more questions? Well, Mr. Maj, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, is there anything about the board, what they're doing that you don't like or that you would want improved, or is there problems you see that? I notice their budget's not very big, of course, because it looks like, I didn't know whether, are you looking to improve the fundraising for it or something? It seems like that would be a good draw to get, because tourism is a big part of Park County. If you could make that a key thing that people want to see and then tie it into the other tourism type stuff.
Well,
I don't know if you're trying to make that happen. But
no, pretty much our job in this whole thing is just appoint board members.
Oh, it's just-
Yeah, we don't really have any hands-on with the visitor center at all. Unless anybody wants to add something, but it's pretty much, we just support appoint board members, and then they do all their, whatever they decide to determine to do with the visitor center. We're kind of a hands-off.
They work off donations.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, what about, what is, since you're the oversight for the boards, county, for the tourism, there seems like there's a lot of different boards. What kind of communication do you want between the boards, or are you expecting?
We don't really expect anything. They're kind of their own entity.
Me.
I think,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I
yeah.
think occasionally we do get updates from the boards. They will come in and tell us what's going on and what new things they've incorporated.
Kelly's in the.
I would just maybe interject that with the board, just contacting the board liaison, the commissioner liaison. I haven't been contacted by that board, so I don't know when the meetings are. So maybe that, and then because one of us will try to go to attend the meetings when they happen, maybe, I don't know, however frequently, but yeah, I'd be glad to come and attend, but.
Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Might as well do it.
Want to do it?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we have found our new board member, so I will move to appoint
Yep.
Tim Myers to the dam board,
Down.
Buffalo Bill Visitors Board.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to appoint Mr. Myers to the board. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate your
you.
Hope I
dedication.
don't
Time in.
disappoint you.
Yeah.
Great ideas.
Is there somebody I should contact, or is it?
Go through, Kelly will give you the contact.
Yeah. Next, we have Brian Edwards and Entourage for consider out-of-state travel for road and bridge foreman. We have both Chip Ash and Paco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned to you, every 3 years, they have an annual convention in Las Vegas. It's an equipment expo. It's called Con Expo. And I know our Cody Road Bridge foreman went down on his own dime 3 years ago and really got a lot out of it. It's basically worldwide, anything goes equipment, new technology, ways of doing things. And Chip can fill you better in on what it is, but it's March 3rd through the 7th. And both the foremen had come to me and requested that they attend that. Would, county be willing to, fund that trip? And I got to looking at it in terms of our budget. It's not something we had in our budget, but we, with some other training that we've got that we could forego and not do, both travel expenses and training, we could not do that, do this instead, and not be an additional cost to our budget. So I was okay with it, provided that the commissioners are all right with that. But obviously, going out of state travel, have to come in front of you to request that. Chip, you want a really quick rundown of what exactly it is and what you?
Yeah, so 3 years ago, I went for my first time. And I actually went with Jim Nicholson and his crew. So we were looking at stuff that, he'd be interested in. And I figured out that you can't cover it in a week. Have you been?
Mr. Chairman, I have not, but I could fit in your suitcase.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just go with Paco and we'd look at stuff that pertains to what we do. And it is amazing how much stuff that they got that I didn't even know was out there, so. We got some things like grater blades and ways to clean out culverts and stuff that I'd like to check out. Brian had a couple things that he'd like for us to check out and.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I would love to go. I've always wanted to go. I mean, I don't know everything about it, but there are over 150 seminars put on down there that relate specific to civil construction, exactly what our guys are doing. There's no, like I said, there's no way you can go to all of them. I've talked to many different contractors that have went, and they can't say enough good things if you put in the time. I mean,
Yeah.
we obviously are not gonna micromanage, but you go down there and just stay drunk for 3 days. That ain't gonna.
Yeah,
But
that's not the plan,
but no, there's some really good learning things, training seminars, and I'd like to really, if the board agrees, I'd like to really hear about them when you come back.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I was reading somewhere in the last day or two was also about the up and coming possibilities of equipment with robots and that type of thing, and YDOT's looking at some things with some pavement things. And if you can learn that and kind of get in on the ground floor about how all that's going to work and figure out where our equipment needs to go and what directions, I think that's important for us. It could make a difference in how we do things.
Well, I can say I got on the website this weekend to view it. It's pretty impressive. And I think after doing that, I know as much about equipment as Lloyd does, you know. Well,
There you go. Only 5 minutes.
no, I think it's, you know, I've done different events in Vegas for sheriff's office and different stuff, and some of their stuff is top notch, and looking at what they provide to me was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It looks like it should be like a 2-week deal. I
You
mean,
can't cover it. I
no,
found out how to go about going in and picking out what you need to look at, and they'll shuttle you to where you need to go. And
right.
so I figured that out my first time, and then I was chasing Jim Nicholson around, and you know, he was looking at stuff that really didn't pertain to us, but this time I would get with Paco and we'd figure out what we need to look at and check it out.
Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, Brian. I appreciate that you've figured out how you can work it into the budget and it's not going out of the budget. But with that being said, you know, forego the annual attendance to the Safety Congress to offset the cost. Is there the option to do, is there a detriment to not going to that? And the second part of that, is there an option to do that online?
That's a very good question, Mr. Chair. Of course, a lot of our crews, not everybody, but it is an annual thing that we do go down to Casper for that safety congress. They are incorporating some better things, some operator related things that's going to come into play. There's another opportunity that's like a gravel road maintenance that we can do over in Buffalo, cheaper, quicker. We pick a couple guys and go. So I think we can still get some good training in for our crews without, you know, sending our entire crew down for. It's a great thing. The Casper Safety Congress, for us to miss a year's probably not the end of the world for us. There's myself and my office, we pretty much have to go for racers, you know, I'm in that group. So we go down spring and fall meetings. But our crew will try to pick up some other training for them that's a lot cheaper, closer to home, that we could still maintain our budget.
Okay, thank you.
To miss a year is probably not gonna hurt us.
Buffalo is aggregates, culverts, bridging openings, just things like that will asphalt stuff. It's 75,000 proceed.
Okay.
And even then, Mr. Chair, even then, we wouldn't send everybody to that. We'd pick 1 or 2 from the Powell crew, 1 or 2 from the Cody. Then they'd bring it back and teach what they learned to the rest of the crew. So,
Okay.
so just try to just absorb it where we can and get the most out of the dollars.
Mr. Chair, I suppose you wouldn't be so excited if it was in Rollins, right? But now your plan, is this at Thomas and Mack? Is that where they have it or?
They call it the convention center.
Oh, okay. And you guys are gonna
It's by the
split up
strip.
then? Is that what the plan is, to see if
No.
all different seminars or?
And you can make a presentation to staff after you get back. And is that what the plan is? Okay. Well,
Yeah, and when I read that stuff online, it's not just equipment, it's a lot of techniques and
Yeah.
training and stuff like that. It's not just about, cat trying to sell their dozer. It's a lot more stuff into it, so. Very impressive.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the out-of-state travel for the road and bridge foreman as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the out-of-state travel for road and bridge foremans. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Say so.
Thank you.
No pictures of you on pretty much.
That Scott was gonna offer to go with him.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, you guys.
Next on the agenda, we have Erica Decker and Kim Dillon with Park County Planning and Zoning in reference to the Home at Heart SS 333. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of this meeting. All facts are within the packet, and I will now summarize key findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. Before I begin, I'd like to point out one clerical error. The heading on the main page says final plat, and the rest of the packet, it did not carry through. It says sketch plan. This is final plat. Timna Schumard, on behalf of Eagle Nest Creek LLC, submitted a final plat application requesting approval of the final plat to create one 22-acre lot for agriculture and residential use from an existing 236.51 acre parcel. An approximately 214.51 acre remainder parcel will result from this subdivision. The applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. This proposed subdivision is classified as a simple subdivision. Ownership of the property has been affirmed by warranty deed to Eagle Nest Creek LLC. The parcel is located approximately 5 miles west-southwest of Ralston and approximately 2.5 miles northwest of US Highway 14A with an address of 1960 Lane 13, Powell. The proposed subdivision is in a general rural Powell zoning district, and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Relevant agencies were notified and responded as follows. Black Hills Energy has sufficient capacity at this time to provide natural gas service to the new development. Garland Light and Power stated they currently serve Lot 1 and will be able to serve the simple subdivision. Heart Mountain Irrigation District stated that a water distribution plan is required and provided a list of their applicable district regulations. Northwest Rural Water District stated they do not currently serve the property and it is a significant distance from any existing Northwest Rural Water infrastructure. While the possibility to serve it may exist, it is simply not cost effective. Park County Fire District Number 1 stated they can provide fire suppression to the property. Park County Public Works stated access would be from Park County Lane 13. Any new structures or dwellings for the proposed lot may be addressed by submittal of an address request to the Public Works Department. Public Works does not have any immediate concerns with drainage and erosion control. Park County School District Number 1 confirmed that bus service is available. Powell Clarksport Conservation District identified 3 soil types on the property. Regarding dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings, the soil types are rated from not limited to very limited due to slope and flooding and depth to saturated zone. Regarding septic tank absorption fields, the primary soil type is rated somewhat limited due to slow water movement. USPS stated they can provide mail delivery to the proposed subdivision. Park County Weed and Pest conducted an inspection and found the presence of noxious weeds, although a long-term noxious weed management plan will not be required. They do recommend adhering to best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. Park County Treasurer stated first half taxes are paid, second half will be due May 10th, 2026. Wyoming Game and Fish stated they have no specific terrestrial wildlife concerns with the proposed project. There have been no public comments received. At their regular meeting on July 16th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with conditions. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. An approved water distribution plan has been provided. The applicant placed the required notes on the final plat regarding well water quality and the permitting of water wells, the potential of engineered septic systems, riparian rights, and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. A completed affidavit of subdivider's compliance with Wyoming Statute 18-5-319, signed by the landowner, has been provided to the Planning and Zoning Department. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable improvements are proposed or incomplete. The Plat Review Committee reviewed the final plat, and a corrected plat was submitted on January 19th of this year. Applicable final plat specifications have been met according to appendices 3, 5, and 7 of the regulations, and the applicant submitted supporting documents as specified in Appendix 4 of the regulations. Should the board choose to approve the final plat for this subdivision, staff is providing the following conditions for your consideration. Condition 1, the approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 3, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
Any questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the final plat for Home at Heart Simple Subdivision number 333 as presented.
Second.
Been moved and second to approve the final plat for Home at Heart. Final plat, Simple Subdivision 333. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Resolution 2026-04.
Thank you, Tilly.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, but next we have Kristen Vaughn with the Wyoming Business Council Annual Report.
Are you yet?
Never. No.
Okay, I brought some things. Dossie already got them, but I'm happy to give an extra copy if you'd like. Annual report. Also online.
Thank you.
For.
No,
Okay.
thanks, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, no, we got one. Okay, all right. And we've drafted a little extra data. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a little bit of misinformation circulating around there. So. Maybe I'll just give you some, if I pass them down. Does that sound okay?
You do that.
Okay. Thank you.
And well trained in that.
Papers. Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with the easy thing. This one. Here we go. Hello. So the easy thing is our annual report. It's really pretty, but it also shares what we've been up to the last year. I don't know if I need to introduce myself. Kristen Fong with the Wyoming Business Council. So that's just for you to peruse on your own, but really the reason I wanted to come today was just to give you an update on what the status of the agency is. As you may have heard, Joint Appropriations Committee has voted to remove us and dismantle the Business Council from the state budget. And so we're actively working as a team to make sure that our impact is known. I think generally there's might be some misunderstandings around what the Business Council does, what we actually invest in and why. And I think there's also some maybe confusion around the fact that we don't actually invest in businesses specifically, that we invest in communities. And then the communities can use those funds to provide infrastructure that businesses need, and that kind of thing. So on the back of this page here, right, you'll have areas of impact mapped out for you, and this is the entire Northwest region. So that's my role, is to cover the entire Northwest region. So I'm actually meeting not just with you all today, but with Washakie County Commissioners and Bighorn County Commissioners as well, and going over exactly what the impact in this specific region has been. So we provide business services. Challenged loans, specifically succession loans, have been really successful for us because a succession loan is used to keep an existing legacy business operational while they transition to new ownership. So that's a really great loan program that we're able to offer. And we're able to partner with banks to offer those. So we don't lend specifically to the business owner. We actually work through the bankers that are part of like the banking association to get those projects rolling. So there's been two lately, but the one I wanted to point out was True North Academy here in Cody. And they provide childcare services for a ton of kiddos, really. I don't know what their total number is now, though, because there was actually a childcare center in Cody that recently closed unexpectedly. And True North Academy, in part due to their ability to expand because they were awarded this challenge loan, was able to absorb all 7 of the kiddos that were in the childcare facility that closed. I think that's pretty newsworthy, actually. I mean, so there's a business that was able to expand because they were awarded a business council loan. They had the space available and they were able to absorb 7 additional kiddos on really short notice, like less than 24 hours notice. So that's kind of a cool thing. We also have some local companies that we've been able to support by sending them to trade shows with our market expansion grants. And so Deer Creek Wildlife, Ashbro is based in Powell. So Much More is based in Powell as well. And then you're probably familiar with Wyoming Authentic Products right here in Cody. So we also have a couple of BRC projects in the works right now. They're planning specifically. And I know Dossie and I have connected more recently about the possibility of doing a planning project here in Powell and Cody and Park County as well. And so know that there's precedence for that. Washakie County specifically is working on a planning process right now, and it's county-wide. So they have buy-in from each of the communities there, and the county supports it as well. And they were all able to kind of collaborate on this planning process. They just identified their planner, their contractor for that service. And so they're kicking it off as we speak. So it's cool. It's exciting. It's a good way to have like a plan in place for when you do want to support business growth. Broadband is another area that we support as the Business Council. I think that kind of gets overlooked sometimes because it's kind of off in its own world and it's a lot of like tech speak that I don't understand actually. But there's a ton of investment happening and all of the providers that install the fiber are all local providers. It's TCT, et cetera. And then we do a lot of community development work too. So our assessment to action program has been successful. This past year, we've got 2 different entities that just went through the last cohort from the Bighorn Basin, 3 actually in 2025. So Burlington went through this process, Lovell and Grable as well, and they've identified different areas that they want to focus on, but it's a process that allows the community to decide where they want to focus their efforts because there's so much to be done sometimes and you don't know where to start and you have different organizations working in different directions and it's like this scattershot approach that ultimately doesn't get you where you want to be. It helps to kind of focus and just plug away on one specific thing at a time. So we also support partners like the Small Business Development Center. Manufacturing Works and the Wyoming Women's Business Center. We're one of their primary funders. And so without us, their future is uncertain as well. And so where does that leave the small business owners around the area? I think that's something that we need to consider. So. The other thing I brought you is a lovely snapshot. I think I gave them all to you, Scott. So you've got them. But it basically just demonstrates what I just explained in kind of a prettier way than just a spreadsheet. So, so general session starts Monday, and we're all going to be watching it really closely. And I guess I would just, encourage you to watch closely too. And if economic development is something that you're interested in following, now would probably be a good time to contact your elected officials. Share your perspective, share any personal stories that you have, any experience that you have working with any of our programs or any of our partner programs with the SBDC, that kind of thing.
Great. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chair, as far as the Wyoming Business Council, when you get your funding, do you use it all up every year, or do you get carryover, or how does that usually work?
There is no carryover, and it's a biennium. So the state budget goes every 2 years, right? And so we I think we do spend it out every 2 years, as best as we can, right? I mean, offering the programs that we need to offer and ensuring that we support the businesses that need the supporting. Some of the programs that I've listed on here are federal funds, actually, and we're the pass-through for those. And we also provide match dollars for those programs as well. So I think it depends program by program, really. Yeah, so I don't believe you can carry over though.
Mr. Chair. Kristen, just thinking forward as we enter into the legislative session, I'm sure the Wyoming Business Council has had some discussion about, if the legislature doesn't decide to completely remove funding, has the Business Council looked at ways that maybe they could improve efficiency or downsize a little bit, or have you hashed out some ideas in that regard? And
we've been hashing out ideas in that regard for years, actually. So not because of the threat of dismantling, right, has ever been this real, but because more so we want to improve our programs and ensure that they're serving the communities and the businesses that need them. So there's been several instances over the last several years where we've taken a look at rules, we've taken a look at program delivery and the way that we're, sharing it out and the way we're communicating about the programs. And we've actually asked legislature for support in making some of those changes in the past. And so that's something we're constantly looking at. And that's, to be personal for a second, that's exactly why I chose to work with the Wyoming Business Council, is because they're constantly seeking self-improvement. They're not okay with the status quo, right? We're not okay with just like, oh, we've been delivering this program for years, guess we'll keep doing it. Is it really working, right? We ask those hard questions constantly. And so, yes, when there is talk about maybe not eliminating, but restructuring, I know for certain, I don't want to speak for Josh Durrell, my CEO, but I know for certain that he's interested, and he's in fact proposed that several times over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there is misunderstandings, I think, about what our programs can do and what they can fund and who's eligible, right? And so if there's confusion about that, then that tells me that there's probably a problem but obviously we'd love the opportunity to fix the problem instead of just go away. So.
Mr. Chair, just a follow-up question. You mentioned the federal funds, you also do a match. Do you know of any kind of amount or estimate of an amount of federal funds you guys use?
It's a large number because it's spread across many programs. So can I get back to you with that information? Yeah, because broadband is also included in that. And then in the past, we've been the recipient of like ARPA funds, CARES funds, and those small business grants that were sent out during the pandemic era. Those all came through our office as well. So if we're looking across time, let me get those numbers.
So if the Business Council wasn't around, would we lose those federal funds, or would there be another agency that could take over?
I mean, I think it depends on how legislature decides to structure.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they've accounted for some of it in the budget bill. rerouting some programs to fall under different agencies so that we would still be eligible as a state to receive the funds and to distribute them through, a different agency, like the Department of Workforce Services, or, even like the State Lands and Investments Board. Those I think have been mentioned in the budget bill. So I guess it just depends.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a better solid answer for you. I'm living life on the edge right now.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up to that
Mhm.
last point you made. I'm just wondering about if you've heard discussion, then if the funds are reallocated to like Department of Workforce Services, then is that going to require more staff for the Department of Workforce Services and then an extra expenditure there to manage those funds when there's already, the existing staff? Have you heard talk about that?
I've only heard rumblings about it. I don't think that I think there's some written into the budget bill currently. And I think you have to look at where the expertise lies within that staff too, and if they have the capacity for it. I think when the budget bill was drafted, there was not any conversation about if the agencies called out to handle specific programs were willing or able and had the capacity to do so. And I don't know what their staffing looks like. I can't speak to that. So I think it's a really valid question. Yeah, but I don't have an answer.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Kristen?
Thank you. Yeah, so my goal today was just to keep you informed, stay in touch with you about what's going on. I know, you had to make some hard cuts out of your budget this year, and economic development is one of those areas that unfortunately was. And so I'd really like to be able to support economic development, of course, through the business council, and I just wanted to stay in touch with you all about it.
Well, we appreciate you bringing stuff in.
Yeah.
Talking.
Thank you.
This.
Let me know if you have
It's on everybody's
questions.
mind.
Yeah, and so if you read an article in the paper, or if you, hear something on Facebook, God forbid, verify with me, know that I'm local and I'm always available and I, pick up my phone. So if you need to validate anything or if you have questions about it that come up later, just let me know.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, really quick, Kristen, just quickly, just to verify, since you're here, there was an exit interview. There's a webinar coming up?
There is. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. So there's actually an open mic session with Josh Durrell later today at 1 p.m. So open call in. It's on Zoom. We have up to 500 people on our Zoom capacity right now. And I think over 250 have already RSVP'd. So that'll be a live Q&A session with the CEO. That's today at 1. And then on Thursday, we have one of our regular webinars. That's at noon Thursday, and that will be, it's called the exit interview, but it's basically about the youth out-migration issue that Wyoming is facing. Yeah.
That's Thursday at noon.
That's Thursday at noon. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick break.
Break.
Start back up at 11. I think I can get this done. Yeah, sure. Looks goofy.
Okay. Back at it with YDOT, and I don't,
Oh,
I'm not gonna call one of you Cody Beers. So again, we've got a host of folks from YDOT and other people. And if you would just, when you start off, you would just state your name for the record and keep the mic close. We won't give you the karaoke mic.
Okay. I'm Pete Halston. I'm the district engineer for Wyoming Department of Transportation. I work out of the Basin office.
A little closer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just want to make sure the rest.
Okay. So, we do these meetings annually. This year it's, twice a year. We came in August. And, we're doing them a little bit different time of year this time around. We're trying to get the, public engagement ahead of populating the new year in the STIP. So we want to do this before we actually put projects in the STIP. So the main purpose of our meeting today is to solicit public input and for our strategic transportation improvement plan, which is essentially our budget. But also we have a number of ongoing things with county and local government. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably give you an update on some of the ongoing business and a little bit of new business, and then Randy will give you a presentation on our STIP. And we usually stand up, but I think to avoid the karaoke mic, we'll just sit here and do it. I think our pedestrian crossing at Freedom Street should be on track to get let this summer. Is that right? Okay. That's a project, a TAP project that we're doing with the town to provide a pedestrian crossing by the schools for the on Highway 14A. As you know, there's a downtown building project going on, and we've been working with the mayor on permitting their encroachments into the right of way and trying to manage the impacts on the traveling public and the pedestrians as well as the businesses downtown. So if you have any suggestions or comments, we're willing to listen to that. Also, one thing we talked about the last time we were here is restriping the Highway 14A right there by the Trout Ranch. We are on track to do that as soon as we get some weather. We're working on getting a contractor to water blast the stripes off. And then when we get our paint, probably in April, we should be able to restripe it. So there'll be a turn lane there and we won't have people turning out of the passing lane. There's been a kind of an ongoing issue with the Albertsons and Powell that we've talked about a number of times. And it looks like we're going to try and move their approach a little bit so that it lines up better with the internal circulation within the parking lot. So people shouldn't stack up trying to get into the approach. We are monitoring the speeds through that area and have looked at it for a speed limit change. But at this time, it still does not warrant the speed limit change. So we're going to keep it the way it is. And we'll look at it, continue to keep an eye on that. Also, there's the new state shooting complex. We've approved the access to that. And so that should be good to go. The next thing I wanted to bring to your attention is we're currently doing a study for the Wind River Canyon. Next slide, please. And the purpose of that is to kind of find ways to make it more resilient. That particular stretch of road is what we call a system critical link. And that if there's some dysfunction on it, it causes much wider dysfunction and delays to the traveling public and commerce, because it's kind of the only link from the upper basin to the lower basin. and any detours are really long. So what the study will do, it'll look at ways to improve the resiliency on that link itself through the Wind River Canyon, and also consider alternatives or improvements to alternative routes that are, say, within 50 miles of the roadway. It's supported through a federal raise grant, and those specific raise grants are intended to increase the resiliency of our system overall. Next slide. So this slide shows the study area. You can see that's the Wind River Canyon. It's basically the link from Shoshone to Thermopolis. And again, we're looking at redundant routes both east and west of the canyon. The tribes have given us permission to look at some of the passes over the Owl Creeks on the reservation, as well as there's a couple of different county road options that are east of the canyon. So what our schedule looks like is this last summer and fall, we did a kickoff and some data collection. We went and looked at the various possibilities for redundant routes. We still have one more to do with Blondie Pass. It was snowed in by the time we got to that. We've done some local agency and tribal outreach, and currently we're looking at our existing system and doing initial public involvement. We've had some meetings with our ID team and our stakeholders. So we've identified some businesses and local communities around there. And then this summer through mid-fall, and also next spring, we'll be looking at the various alternatives and doing some evaluation. And then in the summer and fall, we'll be doing some more in-person public meetings and probably producing the final report. Next slide. This is one way you can add comments. And if you sign the sign-in sheet, we'll make and put your email on there. And we have all your emails. We'll make sure that you guys get a copy of this presentation so you have this link. But our website is up and running, and we're taking public comments on how people use the corridor, what it means to you when it's closed, and what you end up having to do when it's closed. If you have businesses that are impacted, those are the kinds of input we're looking for. These are the contacts for the study. Our YDOT person from our planning office is Brandy Rubik. The consultant is FHU, and they're out of Colorado, and the lead is Lyle DeVries, and Jody Schneider is the second on that. That's their contact information. So with that, if you don't have any questions on any of the old new business or have some new business that you'd like to discuss, we could turn to Randy for the.
Just have two things. One, thanks for the arrows on Highway 14 that help us move that traffic over that forgets the lane's closed. That seems to be helping. On the crossing on Bighorn, I'm assuming then if we're getting ready to bid that we got the easements in place that were needed to do the construction on that project.
I'll ask Philip Bowman for an update on that.
So we met, we finalized all the easement documents and the acquisition areas needed. We met with two of the three property owners and had presented those documents to them. And we're working to schedule our third meeting right now. That third property owner is not in Wyoming. They're in a different state. So there's been some challenges coordinating schedules to present those formal documents for their signature. So that's been going on for a couple of weeks now, but we're working through that, trying to get a meeting set up with them to present those easement documents. So our next step in that process is once we're able to have all those easements signed by the property owners, there's a certification that the city will complete to YDOT for all right-of-way and easement acquisition being complete. And then the final plan set will go through the final review by YDOT headquarters
District 5 staff has been very involved in that design, so it is not anticipated that that final review will take very long, but our goal is to bid that project out likely in a March or April timeframe for construction over this summer and early fall.
Okay. I guess I would have the thoughts that I've received from some people that we certainly want to have it in place by fall. It's costing the school district with the crossing guards. It's a problem, and it's been that way for a couple of years that we've been working on this. It's taken a whole lot longer than we anticipated, but
I would
understood.
fully acknowledge that and
Yeah.
agree that the easement process was very challenging, unfortunately.
And unanticipated, I guess, from what
Yes.
we understand. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, a question. You mentioned the Albertsons, the internal approach. Is that a widening to get in? What does that mean?
So when you come into the Albertsons approach currently, there's say 3 rows of parking. And as you come in, you hit one of those and you have to either turn right or turn left and the internal circulation is what I'm referring to is how you move around within the parking lot. So the access will be moved to the east, right? So it matches up with one of the lanes in between the parking. So that that movement out of the highway and into the parking lot will be a lot smoother because it'll match up with that internal
So
circulation.
you've had to have meetings, of course, with Albertsons and discussing. Have they said anything about access going on to Tower or not through the back?
Yeah, so the conversations that I've had with Albertsons was really just trying to take care of the system as you get off the highway. We have, mentioned to them that it would definitely alleviate some of that pressure if they did, but that has not been a conversation as far as that we've pushed where it's coming onto a city street. It would come to the city of Powell instead, but what we have seen is as people are trying to get into the parking lot, you get one car trying to decide, do I want to go right or left? And the next car behind them now are hanging out into the highway. So by moving that to the east and lining it up, they can access the parking lot, get out of the roadway and not have that stacking or queuing back on them.
One of the issues we've had is people using that turning lane to merge. I've seen close.
Mr. Chair, can I just do a follow-up for Philip? I'm sorry, Philip. Just asking on behalf of someone who couldn't be here today. First, I just want to say thank you to Park 6 for providing the crossing guard. I think that has been an expense and it's appreciated, especially for our students. But in follow-up, is there a plan either from the city, I don't know if it would come from the city, YDOT, or the Cody Urban Systems and Traffic Committee to just update the public on the status of that so that there's communication on when that's going to be completed? Because I think it is delayed, right? Was it supposed to be done in June? So we're looking at like a year delay.
Year delay is probably accurate. Our initial goal was to have that under construction last year, and the easement process did slow us down. We have a little bit of information on our website, but I would acknowledge that it hasn't been updated with these delays. I know that one thing we will be holding in public meetings is when we actually bid the project and award it. And so we'll be getting some notices out when that goes to our city council for approval of award to the contract to a general contractor. So that's all planned in the next coming months, but I appreciate the thought to get some updated information on our website about the project schedule.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any more questions from the board? I'd open it up to public comment. If anybody wants to ask a question or comment or something, if you would just grab the mic and state your name so we got it for the record. And want to hear it from whoever's got any concerns or comments or whatever.
Hi, I'm Linda Dalton from the Powell Senior Center. And for me to go to work, I come down Road 8 and then I need to turn on Coulter Avenue. But there's also Panther Boulevard right there. And I have been there 13 minutes is the longest I've had to wait. In 2025, I've watched 3 wrecks right there. Is it possible to get a light or something there?
That's Jack here. You want to address that, Jen?
So I'm Jack Hoffman. I'm the district traffic engineer for YDOT. That is an intersection that we are aware of and we have looked at. In order to put in a traffic signal, we have certain vehicular volume warrants that we look at. At this time, even during the high school, changeover period where we have all the vehicles and traffic going in there, we don't meet those volume warrants at this point. There's just not enough traffic there. And so what would happen is if we did put a signal in there, likely we will wind up seeing more accidents at that location. So again, that's an area that we are keeping an eye on. We have gone out there and measured sight triangles and made sure that, you can see that. And from everything that we've seen right there, we are meeting those sight distances. But again, it's an area that we'll continue to look at if there are more accidents there. So. That's something that we have looked at with the trees where they're at right now. Again, it still does meet that minimum sight triangle for the speeds that we have out there. So that's not something that we've pursued, but if it does continue to grow out into the right of way, we will look at that.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to add or questions to ask? Yes.
Brian Edwards, County Engineer, for those that don't know. I'd just like to thank YDOT for our participation. We've got quite a few things going on with them there. We're working on getting a bridge out to construction out on Lower Grable. It's one of our top 5 worst rated bridges. So getting that going, sounds like talking to Todd, it's going to be let here in the next month or so and probably start construction. We'll see how it goes, but after high water is probably what's going to happen. The other thing I was going to say is just to the YDOT guys, we were fortunate as Park County, we applied for a Safe Routes to Schools for All grant. And we just, after about a year of trying to get all the paperwork and through the federal government, getting all that going, we now have the go ahead on that, which will be a countywide transportation and safety plan. And, we would obviously, as much as YDOT can and is able to participate, as well as the cities and towns, work with us on that. I mean, it's mainly focused on the county road bridge system, but we want to be sure that's integrated with YDOT's master plan and the cities of Powell, Cody, Batizzi, of course. But just wanted to let you know that that's out there. This will be going on over the next couple of years, but we would sure welcome YDOT's participation with that plan as well. But appreciate our partnership.
Thanks, Brian. Anybody else have anything to add?
I would like to say, we appreciate the partnership and the collaborative relationship we have with the county too, and especially Brian, we collaborate on a number of things. And one of the things that's been going really well is our snow machine parking up at the end of the Chief Joseph Highway. And that's taken a collaborative effort between State Trails, the snow machine group, the county, and YDOT to make that all work. And they do a really great job of communicating with all the snow machine people parking up there so that we can collaboratively get in there and plow that and make it safer and easier for everybody. So thanks for that, Brian.
Are you having much of a problem with congestion right there in that turnaround?
We have had off and on, but we usually we'll talk to Bert and Bert will send somebody up there to kind of straighten people out about how to park and why they park that way so that we can get in there with a plow and do the plowing. And then if we need a motor grader, Brian's guys come up there and help out. So it's been a really kind of a collaborative success story, I think.
Yeah, and I think our local guys got it figured out. It seems like a lot of the people coming in, we have such a huge Minnesota and Wisconsin number of snowmobilers up there. And I think some of them are just I haven't been up to this year, but the signage is doing pretty good up there.
Yeah, we've kind of modified it over time to where it works. And I think this year, there isn't as that much snow, but it's working pretty good now.
Good. Anybody have anything else?
You have the, more of the STIP plan to do. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Randy's gonna give the presentation on our
Okay.
STIP plan.
Well, thank you for letting us come today and talk to you. Randy Merritt, I'm the district construction engineer for YDOT. So this is a little different for us. Typically, we've been coming out in the summertime, that June, July, August time, and it was determined, as Pete said, to try to get here earlier in the year prior to our actual budgeting for the next fiscal year. So that's why we're here early. But we'll just jump in here. You guys have seen a lot of these slides before, so I'm not going to take too much time, but our mission, vision, and values, they haven't changed. As you look at our values, we use the rides. And really our mission is to provide that safe and effective transportation system. We want our users to know you can get on the road at point A and safely and effectively get to point B. We drive a lot of miles as citizens in Wyoming, more than any other citizens per state. When you look at that, and it doesn't matter whether it's for recreation, commerce, is it our kids getting from place to place for school activities or what? We want to make sure that that transportation system is there for all. Really, our agency focus, number one, is to serve our customers, and that's anybody that is using the transportation system, whether it be roads, bridges, or airports. And then ensure transparency and public engagement. And that's part of what we're doing today, is to engage with the public so you guys know what we're doing, and hopefully we can collaboratively plan together. It seems like most of our constituents don't know the difference between a state highway, a county road, or a city street. It's just a paved road and they want to use it, right? And so when we can work together, we get the best dollar out there. Value our team. I'm sure everybody that owns a business or is in the business of employing somebody understands the importance of trying to keep valued employees right now. It's difficult to find good employees out there. So we trying to value our team and keep that going. Develop and maintain strategic partnerships. Again, that comes back to what we're doing today and trying to maintain that partnership that we have where we can get more done. Manage our resources that are out there. That's number one for us, is to manage what we already have on the landscape. Talk about that a little more. And then after that, to continue, improve, and innovate for developing transportation systems. So on the landscape today, YDOT has a little over 16,000 lane miles, 6,000 bridges or structures, a little over 42,000 culverts, 800 miles of guardrail, 80,000 signs, and 12,000 miles of fence. So just keeping that up and maintaining that is where the bulk of our effort goes. This year, fiscal 2026, so that started October 1st for us. That's our fiscal year. So we're already well into our fiscal year, almost halfway through. But we are planning on letting a little over $400 million worth of projects, and that is construction dollars only. That is what will be going to the contractors that are bidding and working on these projects. The big thing, as you see there, is the state versus federal funding. So national average, most states are a 70-30, with the state providing 70% of the funding and the feds providing 30%. Wyoming is exactly opposite of that. We are a 30% state funded, 70% federally funded organization. And out of that, our federal match is about 9.5% on most everything. And so we have about 20% of state funds that are going to projects that have no federal match. That's just straight state dollars going into those projects to get to that 70-30. So this slide kind of shows our last 10 years of revenue history. As you can see, the blue bars there are the total state revenue. That's federal and state dollars coming in. It looks fairly flat, as you can see the green line there. I will note in 2027, you'll see a jump of about 65 to 70 million. That is that money from the vehicle sales tax that was taken and being collected since last July. It'll be ready to be spent coming this next fiscal year, October 1. The red line there shows the difference in purchasing power. As you guys know, government's no different than our own homes, where the dollar has not gone as far. So just inflation, especially in construction cost, that gap continues to get wider. So the bottom line is we don't get as much done per dollar out on the roadway. And as we see that gap getting wider and wider, it makes us have to think of what we're gonna do. So with that in mind, although this map is a little small there, you can see some blue and red lines on there. That is our highway system here in District 5. So Fremont County, over to South Pass, to Moran Junction, over towards Casper, and then the Bighorn Basin. The blue lines are what is the National Highway System, NHS routes. The red lines are the non-NHS routes. So back in the 50s, during the Eisenhower days, when they started really trying to put a transportation system together, certain roadways and corridors were marked as essential, connecting communities. They became the National Highway System. To change that from one way or the other, it truly takes an act of Congress. We have to petition FHWA. They then take it to the delegation and they have to vote on it to change the type of roadway. So where I'm going with this is the blue lines are the priority. And so as our budget starts to diminish or the purchasing power of that budget diminishes, our focus will be more on the blue lines than the red lines. And you can kind of see there are some projects out there on a lot of the red connector routes, which we still feel are very important in our small communities, such as north of here from Cody to Billings. That section is not an NHS route. The NHS route is from Powell to Deaver to Franny. So as that budget tightens, where we put our dollars is going to be controlled a little bit by the type of roadway out there. With that in mind, we're going to jump to the next slide. This is a slide showing what our local agency funding is. So these are dollars that we pass through WIDOT onto local agencies, either towns, cities, or counties. The big thing to look at here is the columns. You see the federal, state, and then a total, and then optional and required. So if you look at the first line there, surface transportation, urban areas, these are urban transportation funds that we are able to funnel through to local agencies. There's about 6.2 million, almost $6.3 million from the feds that WIDOT passes on. And as you look at what's optional and required, all of that is optional. So as that gap increases, how long can we continue to pass that $6.3 million on to our locals? And really, when you look all the way down through there, some of the things that we're funding right now, as Brian talked earlier, the bridge over the Grable River, that's part of the Egypt bridge funding. That's $30 million, 23 of which was optional to pass through. And bottom line, you get down there, there's 52, almost $53 million that we pass on. Out of that 53 million, just north of 36 million is actually optional funding. So the discussion we have is, again, how long can we continue to afford to pass that on if we're not able to maintain our own system? So what is in the STIP document? The STIP is our planning document that provides structure of how we're going to spend our money over the next 6 years. So highway plans are 6 years. Transit projects are an annual planning. That's through a application every spring. Aeronautics have their own STIP, and that also is a 6-year outlook. And then our public safety communication projects, that's the buzzword is WildLink. That is a 1-year annual planning, and then the same thing with our capital improvement plan is 1 year. So a little deeper into that, aeronautics supports 40 public use locally owned airports, and they have a capital improvement plan along with their STIP for other things on that. Emergency communication WildLink, we do not have any upcoming WildLink projects in the STIP at this time. So hopefully our build out is there and we're just maintaining it. Capital improvements, WIDOT has about 475 buildings throughout the state that we maintain. We have no new capital improvements planned as far as building new buildings, but we are doing major renovation and that type of thing. As again, here in Park County, the old Game and Fish building is one of those. And then transit projects, we do have public transportation in all 23 counties. Typically that is provided by the Senior Citizen Center, but that is open to all public. And that comes through applications every spring, somewhere between 15 and 50% local match, depending on the grant that is given. So our budget overview, kind of how our budget comes down. Again, Wyoming is broken into 5 different districts. We're District 5, or known as the Good District. So each year they get out their crystal ball and they estimate what is going to be the available funding projected out for that 6-year time frame. Once that's determined, we have some folks down in Cheyenne that sit around and through algorithm and looking through actual needs. We have pavement management systems and other types of data management, looking at where does the money really need to go statewide. And so each district is not even. Typically, we do see a bulk of it headed down to District 1 and District 3 because of I-80. As we like to say, we pay child support to them. But it's not equally distributed. So we usually end up with a little less up in District 5 because we do not have interstate. And then the YDOT budget program takes and looks at what type of funding can go where. And often we're seeing now our projects are not funded out of the same pot of money all the time. We may have a bridge in the middle of a roadway. The bridge is available for other funds than the roadway. And so we try to mix and match those to get as much as we can of those federal dollars on the road and here in the state of Wyoming. So what does it look like as far as a process for us? Throughout the year, continuously, we're always looking at that data from our management systems, looking at safety and performance, taking public comment, just trying to find out where our issues are throughout mobility. Part of that, again, is talking to our constituents, such as today. And then the change that we have is through January and February. This is when we're trying to get out and talk to you guys versus when we used to do it in the summertime. So trying to engage as much as possible and get that feedback on what you're seeing and what you're doing, where we can partner and make sure that we're taking care of the needs of the area. March through August is when we get our budgetary numbers. So we'll be sitting down usually about the 1st of April and we'll have a dollar value to hit. Usually the first couple years, so 27, 28 this year are locked in pretty tight. 29, 30, all the way to 32 are pretty flexible, looking at what that funding may happen. Again, as you go through another legislative session, that always changes things too. Once we have that, we sit down, we figure out how far our dollars can go on the #1 priorities out there. And then in September, we take our STIP to the commission, they approve it, and then it goes to FHWA for concurrence. And we run off that for the next fiscal year starting October 1. With that being said, it is always a live document as projects may slip due to environmental restrictions or other things out there right away, what have you. We try to have other projects ready that we can pull forward and spend those dollars that we have. Park County, if you were to go to our website and look what is in the STIP, you'd see this map. The red numbers are the projects for this year. I'm going to add one also in there that was let late in fiscal 25. It's up the North Fork. It's the middle section between the forest boundary and Pahaska. There's about 10 miles in there. We'll be overlaying this summer. We also have a project, again, that bridge over the Grable River. And then the other big project will be starting in Powell there about Blair's and working our way to Ralston. So we'll be redoing 14A with an overlay and updating some ADA there in Powell itself. It's hard to believe that, but that roadway is over 26 years old now for that first section. So it's time for some rehab. And then the blue numbers are projects that are in the future right now in the STIP. Also, you would see a breakdown like this. It kind of gives you the general location and detail, character of work, and the mileposts of where that project is going to be, along with kind of the ballpark cost. Over the next few years, out through 2031, transportation projects here in Park County, we're looking at spending a little over $66 million. Transit projects, $600,000 this fiscal year. Again, next year that'll be reloaded depending on the application. Aeronautics is looking at a little over $17.5 million for a total of $84 million here in Park County over the next 5 to 6 years. Our website has this map that is multicolored. Each one of those colors represents a project and a year. You can click on that and leave a comment, give you a general description. We used to have a giant, huge email or a website address you had to try to remember. Now we have this cute QR code. So when you get the presentation, you can snap on that. It'll direct you to there, and you can go ahead and leave comments on any project that's upcoming around the state. Again, transit projects, we do fund all 23 counties, local match between 15 and 50%. And those applications are March 1st or April 15th. So if you're looking for that again, make sure you get on that this spring. And again, another QR code that you're able to click on, and it'll send you into our grants page that has all of our competitive federal grants, along with our safety behavioral grants, things for aeronautics, and then those local governments such as TAP grants that are out there and available to our local constituents. Our contact information, so our district staff for the most part is out of the basin office, but we do, we cover most of the upper part of the Bighorn Basin. I actually live here in Cody. Pete's out of Worland. Jack and Lyle both live in Powell. So we try to keep tabs on what's going on there locally. And then Cody Beers, as you guys hear him on the radio, he's down in Riverton. He wasn't able to be here today. He became a grandpa again this weekend, so he's off visiting family. Our local folks here in Park County, Todd Frost is our resident engineer over construction. Sean Emmett is our maintenance foreman, and here in Cody, Sean Coggins out of Meeting, and then Chad Schaefer is our area maintenance supervisor, and their contacts there. Down in Cheyenne, John Davis, Management Services. Probably the biggest change for you guys to take note of is Sarah Ellis is no longer with YDOT, and her capacity there is now Brandy Miller. So note that has changed, and get to know Brandy. We have invited her to come out and meet with you guys as her time permits. And then our executive staff, Brian Olson and Mark Ann, are assistant chief engineers, and Keith Fulton is the chief engineer for our department. With that, again, there is another QR code here. We do have a PDF document out on the website that you can go to. It breaks down our STIP much more in detail than I did here today. If you're interested in how some of that does go, you can reach out and read that. And if you have questions, please contact us. With that, that is all the presentation I had, but I will turn it over for question and comment, anything that you guys have.
I missed the part about the overlay from Blair's to Ralston. What's the date on that?
We are showing it right now, so we will be letting it here in February. I guess it's the 12th of February. So we'll be letting that here in the next couple of weeks. Once we have a contractor on board, we're anticipating early spring for them to get going on it, but until we have them on board and get a schedule, we don't know, but it will be this summer. So they'll start in the Powell area and work through the concrete work they have to with the ADA upgrades. Again, something that we have to do when we use federal funds is we have to update the corners at least to access the system for Americans with Disabilities Act. And then from there, they will start milling and paving all the way to Ralston.
Also, outside of District 5, there's been a discussion about a passing lane from the canyon to Shoshone. Is that still on the table?
Yes, so with that vehicle sales tax money, that is what's earmarked. We're actually going to do 3 different sets of passing lanes all the way from Casper to Shoshone, and then north of Shoshone towards the mouth of the canyon. So there are some passing lanes out there by Waltman, Powder River. Now we will be filling in those gaps between Shoshone and Manita, and then also on the Casper end. And then there will be one each direction out there kind of by around Boyson Reservoir. Yep. So that is the plan. They'll be let in fiscal 27.
Also, that overlay project through Powell is the project where we'll move that approach for Albertsons.
Good.
And another question, there's been some controversy and discussion on going through Meeting with the ADA and doing something there. Is there any more talk about that?
Yeah, so we have a consultant. The town of Meeting has been able to get a planning grant. They have a consultant on board. We have had our public meetings. We're just waiting for that final document. In our STIP in those outer years, we do have a project in there to be able to go in and do some roadway work. Again, that comes with that ADA upgrade. So we're taking those public comments still, but to to get that final document, to be able to maintain the persona that what they want of their town, but at the same time meet those ADA and federal guidelines. So
Thanks.
We're also working with the town of Meeteetse to get a new agreement that'll allow them to manage the downtown encroachments, much like we do with the city of Cody. And that gives the local people a lot more control over what the downtown area looks like.
Mr. Chairman, thank you guys for coming in. I always enjoy these, and it's great to move it up to this time of year because I'm not in Alaska fishing.
Yeah.
So, but question, I guess, is your national highway system that you mentioned from Cody North to the Montana line. The highway's great, I'm saying, but I'm sure have the data. I just have the eyes that look at that, and I mean, it is a lot of traffic compared to what it was probably set up as a national highway system prior to. So you mentioned that in order to qualify for federal funding, it has to be classified as that, or some of it, at any rate. And I guess my question moving forward, before that highway deteriorates, and if it takes an act of Congress to change that, is there anything we can do to help maybe start that conversation so that when there is maintenance needed in that section of highway, because I don't think anybody can argue that it gets way more travel than through Deaver. So the wear and tear on that and the need for improvements are going to be required in the future. So is there something that we can talk to our legislators back there to help communicate with our federal people?
yeah, I think, so just to clarify, we can still use federal funds on a non-NH system. It's just when they start getting tight, the priority is going to be the NH system first. So, but yeah, when we start looking at those critical links, which I agree, that is a very critical link into the Billings, Montana area. It's definitely the most traveled route out of Cody when you're trying to go north. I think we do need to sit down and look at which maybe aren't NHS systems that we need to start that direction. And then having your support and the delegation support would be critical at that point.
Well, we have the right administration in DC right now to maybe get something like that done.
Yeah.
I mean, active Congresses are not impossible. I mean,
No,
but
they do them all the time. It's just getting it there.
so, yeah, maybe we should do some visit.
Anything else? Got one back in the back there.
Mind if I ask a question, Madam Chair?
No, he's the chair. but
Oh,
go
he's
ahead.
Just state your name for the record.
Jennifer Toma with the Cody Chamber. You mentioned resurfacing on the road to the park. Can you talk a little bit about what those service delays will be? And one of the big challenges we've had in the last couple of years that I might like your help with is if there's any temporary closures or delays, they're actually rerouting all of our park visitors through Gardner. And completely telling them like it's, 8 hours from downtown Cody, you have to go all the way to Gardner to get to the park. That's like Google Maps, Apple Maps, that type of thing. So is there anything you can do to kind of help us quash that?
I will say that Google is not real easy to work with. I'll just put that out there. But yeah, so our plan is this spring, we do have a contractor on board already. So we're kind of waiting to see how their work shakes out, but it will be this spring and over the summer. We'll be doing 10 miles up there. It is that middle, that it's 30 miles from the forest boundary to Pahaska, right to the park. So this is the middle 10 miles of that. Our delays will be a maximum of 20 minutes cumulative. So you should not be delayed more than 20 minutes through there. But it's going to be probably about 4, maybe 5 weeks worth of work throughout the summer. And we will update folks on that and when we're working through there. As far as trying to keep the GPS from sending people around, that one's a difficult one, but we do try to update our map, and we try with the message sign outside of town here. We're able to maintain a little bit better communication also, so people are aware of what's going on there and hopefully make the right decision to come to Cody and go into the park that way.
Anything else? Bill?
Mr. Chairman, just add that the city is continuing to work with YDOT as well on a number of projects. Our phase one FY 24 TAP grant was brought up. That's the crosswalk on Bighorn Avenue at Freedom Street. We do also have a phase two of that project that will include a pathway along the west side of Robert Street from Bighorn Avenue to E Avenue. And then it will also include some improvements to this intersection right outside the county building at the intersection of Beck and 10th. Our goal there is to incorporate on our rapid flashing beacon, similar to what's on the next block at Sheridan and 10th, and do some bulb outs similar to what we did a few years back at the 9th and Beck intersection. Those are pedestrian improvements that increase visibility and also provide vehicle and driver feedback of occupants in that crosswalk. So those are both part of our phase two project. We do have our consultant on board for that design. Anticipate moving through that design process in calendar year 26 and constructing that pathway and these intersection improvements. And likely in calendar year 27, there is some potential, if we don't need any easement acquisition or items of that nature, that we could get to construction later in 26. Some other recent projects that YDOT has partnered with us on and funded is that we did receive FY 2026 TAP grant, another TAP grant for sidewalk improvements along West Yellowstone and 8th Street. So we'll be designing those improvements this year. We've just completed our consultant selection and we'll be putting a consultant on our contract to start that design. That is a TAP grant with YDOT where approximately 90% of the funding is YDOT, 10% is city match. And with that design, we hope to be completed in calendar year 26. So we will then go back to YDOT with another TAP grant application for the construction of that project. But that project really took shape coming out of our City of Cody active transportation plan. The sections along West Yellowstone especially were identified by a lot of members of our community expressing concern about the lack of pedestrian and non-vehicular options along West Yellowstone, specifically kind of in front of Michael's and up to the Ivy. When we looked at that as a city, we wanted to add the stretch along 8th Street as well. So we included that in our grant application. And those sidewalk facilities will be designed as well. So then we'll have complete sidewalks on both sides of West Yellowstone and 8th Street. And then finally, our Urban Systems Committee did recommend the number one project for use of those urban systems funds to be the East Sheridan Avenue improvements. That's from approximately Sunset Elementary out to Beacon Hill Avenue and intersection. And so we are working with YDOT right now and just received our cooperative agreement to fund the reconnaissance report for that project. That is a scoping study where some traffic analysis and capacity needs is completed. And then a scope of the project is developed to generate the project cost. We have expressed our interest in likely phasing that project. And so the likely first phase will be from the end of the improvements that are closer to Sunset Elementary up to approximately 37th Street or just past the softball fields. We see that aligning with our current fund balance of available money in that urban systems program. And then likely a phase two going from those softball fields all the way out to Beacon Hill. So with that reconnaissance report complete, I think we're typically running about 12 months on those types of reconnaissance reports. So that is a candidate to move into design likely in calendar year 27. And that process is usually a 2 to 3 year process before construction is started. So we are making some good progress on a number of fronts and we appreciate YDOT's partnership on those, but I did want to share those items that the city is working with YDOT on right now. So thank you.
That brings up another issue. And I know we've talked about this, but I don't recall the whole conversation, but about that stretch on West Yellowstone where they ended that paving by the car wash is kind of deteriorating right into there. Is there any kind of plans there? I think we talked about it, but I don't recall.
We do have a job in the STIP. I believe it's in 2030. So unfortunately, again, back to that, how far can we stretch our dollars? We have some other city streets in Riverton and in Thermopolis and in Warland that are actually in worse shape. So we're trying to roll those through as much as possible. So if there's an opportunity to move that up in our STIP, we will do so. But we're trying to get to it at least by 2030. Until then, our maintenance forces will be out with a Durapatcher and those types of things in the spring, trying to take care of it as much as possible. But you're right, that is in need.
Sure, it's not horrible, but. Anything else? Well, appreciate y'all coming in
Thank you.
and the information.
Before we go, I'd like to thank you for your time, I think, and letting us use this forum to engage our customers. I think there's been a lot of projects and issues addressed because of the comments we've received in these meetings. And so thank you for letting us use your county commissioner forum
Absolutely.
to communicate with our public.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sure, and tell Cody we missed him.
Thank you.
I'll tell them it went way fast.
Okay.
Those for years.
Yeah.
I can see the land out there. Right in there.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't see her.
I know, yeah.
I don't think everybody's hit that.
Huh? What?
You want me to go see if I can get some of them?
Yeah, no kidding.
I think that's good.
So are we recess until 1:15?
Yeah.
Job, Randy.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Brian. You get yours on? Okay, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer. We consider Canyon petition to vacate certain public roads within the town site of Garland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated, the clerk's office of the county received a petition from Mr. Craig Kenyon as the petitioner, which was recorded in the clerk's office on December 17th, 2025. As you all are painfully aware, we've done numerous of these vacations, alterations, or establishments. It's a pretty involved and lengthy statutory process anytime you want to create, alter, or vacate a public roadway. There's been multiple of those in the town side of Garland and also in Ralston, at least with my time with the county. So this is carrying on with that trend. This particular vacation, the petitioner, Mr. Craig Kenyon, he owns, if you could tell with your exhibits there, the one that's look like this. That gray area, he owns all of that property in the northeast corner of Garland. And his petition is basically to vacate the public road easements that are associated with, if you look at your other map, Long Street, which is the north side of his property, again, just within that gray shaded area. And then Howell Street, which cuts through the middle of his property, east-west. And then Fremont Street, the original petition, it said basically all the alleyways and the roads between blocks A and B and blocks 1 and 2, which is kind of hard to tell from that town site, but A and B are the top 2 blocks. And then the bottom south of Howell Street, block 1 goes all the way down to the south there past his property, as does Fremont Street, and then the alley too. So we confirmed with the applicant that his intent is to not, even though the petition shows it going all the way, all of Fremont Street, that his intention is just to vacate the roads and alleyways within the land that he, or adjacent to it, within the land that he owns in the northeast part of Garland. With the petition that was submitted, the clerk's office did with hands. He did some verification to make sure that the statutory requirements about the registered electors within a 25-mile radius, that he did confirm that was valid and that met all the requirements as far as that goes. So the next step in that process is basically where we're at today, is for the commissioners to consider initiating the proceedings for the vacation process. And then part of that vacation process would be to assign a viewer, which that's basically a disinterested person that that basically has the qualifications and skills to look out for not only Mr. Kenyon's interests, but the interests of the county and the interests of the public, as far as whether or not it is the greater public good to vacate these dedicated public road easements in the Garland town site. So I think that's it. Obviously, once that viewer, assuming this were to move forward and the commissioners authorized this to move forward, the viewer then would go and conduct his own research, the historical documents and whatnot, come back with a viewer's report and report to you as the commissioners and to the public in a public setting. If assuming that the viewer's report is accepted and the findings of the report, then there would be an opportunity for public notice to all the surrounding landowners, advertised in the paper and whatnot, an opportunity for claims for damages and that type of thing. So it's a pretty lengthy process for getting input. And then once all that input's received, then the commissioners, they would decide whether or not to actually go ahead with the vacation. Then it becomes a record of survey. There could be an amendment, or I'm based on past history, I'm anticipating that the planning office will want an amended plat, which is what happened last time to amend this town site. So that very well would have to happen.
No.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I guess that's my question. If we were to go through with this process and we vacate those roads, we have a whole lot of lots sitting there with absolutely no access and no good legal descriptions. And I don't know, chicken and the egg, type of thing. How do we know that he would follow through with that vacating on the town site thing? I guess, I don't know, it's not as easy as vacating a plat, but because it's a town site, but there's gotta be.
That's an excellent question. As you recall, this came about a year ago. We did the church property, and I think it can be done where it's simultaneous. So the plating process, that's really they're one and the same, the plating process would probably be out front or faster than, just because the vacation takes so long. But either one could be a condition, whether it be plating or the vacation, that has to happen. So yeah, because you are correct. You would leave certain lots landlocked if you did not amend that plat. But I think the process they went through last time, because you could just tell by the quality, these old plat sites are pretty crude. But it was a pretty streamlined process, and it went pretty smoothly last time on that Garland Church. So I expect something similar for this.
So, Mr. Chairman, Brian, I'm assuming this is going to be similar to, like you said, the church one, but the petitioner knows or is going to pay all costs.
Yes, excellent question. The way I guess the form of the resolution would go, and there's a lot of statutory language that goes within that, would be that the petitioner would, and my recommendation would be to assign the viewer to Mr. Scott Lewis as viewer, just because he's done a lot of work on this particular tract, but before, or as part of this being recorded, maybe even prior to it being recorded, the petitioner would have to provide a $4,500 deposit to the county clerk's office that's used for all the advertising fees, the surveyor. Then if the costs go over that, whether it be the plating or whatever, they have to pay any additional costs.
Okay.
So county, this really doesn't serve much county interest, and so all the costs would be borne by the petitioner.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I just wanted to confirm that that there was going to be a similarity to the last go around, where there is some input from him and really not a whole lot of expense to the county.
Right, no, yeah.
And they're definitely using an outside viewer. I think you have enough on your plate.
Yes, I'm very happy with it being a outside viewer.
Is this red stuff, the stuff that was already vacated?
Yes, and that's a pretty crude map, but yes, that in the red, and that's not even up to date, because I want to say that church was up in the northwest quarter. So yeah, you can see there's been already quite a few vacations in that town site.
So Brian, if I understand correctly, then the main portion of county work, if we did this and appointed the viewer and stuff, the main portion of the county work would be, say, Ben putting together the ad of exactly what's happening with vacating the road. So it's time, employee time.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Chairman. That's an excellent question. It basically be time in my office, myself, Ben, would be not a lot of time, but just coordinate with the surveyor, the advertisement, making sure we're going through the process and taking the right steps. So yeah, it'd be minimal on our side.
And follow up, have you asked Mr. Lewis if he's interested in doing this?
I personally haven't talked to him, but Ben has, and he had spoke with Mr. Kenyon, and that was my understanding that he would be willing to do that.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, normally I know I think Rusty Blau had done the last one with the church, and a lot of times with surveyors when they're doing this, if they're independent anyway, even though they're being paid by Mr. Kenyon for other work, and like Rusty in the case with the church, they're licensed professionals, and it's a more efficient, because they're doing the surveying anyway. And at the end of this, there has to be a record of survey. So when there's already a lot of survey done, ahead of time, it just makes a lot of sense to retain that same surveyor.
Just, Mr. Chair, just a thought, by doing this, we still fall within our procurement policy, correct? Usually because his expense wouldn't exceed 10,000.
It's not an expense to us.
No, but we're responsible for them assigning them. I'm just concerned of some backlash from somebody else.
And in this, Mr. Chair, in this case, because of the dollar amount, I think we have some discretion within that, you know, we're talking under 5,000, it could end up
Under
being.
5, is that?
Yeah,
I
under
thought the
5.
Cutoff was.
Yeah, under 5, and it could be, it could end up being more than that. I think with these, we would try to spread that around to, you know, if there wasn't a surveyor involved, then we'd get prices from all the surveyors and, you know, go that route. I just think that, you know, trying to look out for the public's interest, but then the petitioner as well, just because there has been a lot of other work done. It's a more efficient
I
use
agree with
of
you,
dollars.
Mr. Chairman, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, but that's not how sometimes the public will look at it, is, you know, when you're playing favorites,
Yes,
kind of a thing, but.
yes, that's a really good question.
Does the statute allow for him to provide his own, pick his own, or do we have to assign the viewer?
You as the commissioners have to assign a viewer. And a lot of times it falls on
I know.
me or somebody. But really there's an oath of the viewer that he has to sign that'll get recorded with the clerk's office. But it's just that they disinterested, that they, you know, he doesn't stand to gain one way or another with the transaction or whatever, that it's you know, and like I say, that's where a licensed professional, whether it be an engineer or surveyor, they're supposed to be looking out for the public good anyway, so.
Mr. Chair, really quick. So Brian, with you said the simultaneously vacation of the vacate the plat. So do we have in a motion, does that have to happen at the same time? I guess I got confused.
Oh, that's a really good question. So it would be an amended plat is what I understand. So not a vacation, but an amendment to the plat. And that's really a separate track. I don't think I guess it is probably good within the minutes to say that, you know, that way that it's understood that will be a simultaneous process, that the petitioner knows that he has to do that. But yeah, there's their own, you know, timelines and public notices. Like we did last time, we will try to coordinate with planning and zoning to where those are, the same notice could be done for the plat, amended plat, as the vacation. We were able to do that last time, and that just saves dollars and newspaper ads and things like that. So that's how I see this going down, a close coordination with P and Z to do both at the same time.
So I'm trying to remember how we did all this. We've done it twice, 3 times. I'm trying to remember. So does it, for the commissioners to take action, initiate the vacation, does that require the resolution, or does the resolution come on the viewer's report?
That's an excellent question too. And I always have to remind myself that there's an actual resolution, and I know I'm not supposed to do drafts ahead of time or whatnot, but the actual resolution, it's got the statutory language in there. This resolution is to initiate the proceedings and to assign a viewer. And then once that's done, when they come back and report, there's nothing really resolution. It's just more of a accept the viewer's report. And then when you actually vacate, that's when another resolution, that's what a record. So there'll be 2 of those. And that one will be really, I don't know if you call it a public hearing, but it's noticed in the paper, and
Might be a year from now.
yeah, I mean, that's how it usually goes. It takes a while.
I guess I would just ask if we did a motion to initiate all this, including the amended plat request. The amended plat's probably not in that resolution. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to be sure how we needed to word that. Okay.
And I could certainly amend this if you want to look it over first. I pretty much used the one from the church and reworded it. And it's pretty boilerplate, but if you wanted to add something about the plot to this.
I think so.
Mr. Chairman, I would think that we should add the paragraph about amending the plat in the future, or we're gonna end up with some lots that, I mean, we could potentially end up with some lots that are, you can't get to, and they're still platted.
Yeah, something to the fact that initiated this proceedings is with the understanding that a simultaneous process to amend the plat would take place.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, what is there's not an existing structure on there now, right?
No, it's all ag land, pretty much, yeah.
He's thinking about maybe subdivision or selling the property as a subdivision section.
I don't think he has any immediate plans. I talked to him one day in my office, as my understanding was that his thought was that if he ever did, then you could figure out the lots, what type of road you needed at that time as part of the platting, a new subdivision. Just because instead of being locked into what's on there now with the tiny lots and the roads, it would be a blank canvas, if you will, to develop if he was to do that down the road. But I didn't get that he had any immediate plans to do that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would make a motion that we initiate the proceedings to vacate the roads as requested, with assigning a viewer being Mr. Scott Lewis, with the petitioner to pay all costs. And this be run simultaneous with amending the plat to remove the lots within that boundary.
Second.
Been moved in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, say it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks for simplifying that.
I love it, simple.
He'll update the resolution for us.
Yeah, I will do that.
Thanks, Brian.
Yes, please. Okay.
Aye.
Five.
Aye.
Five. So five.
Got us. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Next on the agenda, we've Sheriff Stewart, Darrell Stewart, a special budget request for Sheriff's Office radio consoles and Supervisor Monty McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I wanted to come and discuss a looming thing that we have in the Sheriff's Department. I think I've talked to you about it a little bit. We have 3 Motorola radio consoles that are becoming near end of life and will be obsolete as of 2027. Our initial quote on this was approximately 550 to 600,000 to replace them.
Each.
Total. Supervisor McLean's been working on a bid with Motorola to get a special pricing, and in January, he was able to knock that down to $452,899. This is on page 36 of that pamphlet we turned out. Since then, he's actually got it knocked down to $347,899.33. So, but with that, we have to enter into this contract by March 16th of this year. Now, the actual contract will be outside of my current term, so I think it'll have to be the commissioners that may be wrong. But, and with that being said, the 347,000 will be split with the city. We've already met with Chief Stafford and Administrator Tolstead, so they're going to bring that before their city council for approval.
Is the split, excuse me, Mr. Chair, is the split 50-50? Or what are we, is the split 50-50?
Yes.
Because of where it is with
Yes.
dispatch? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
It was just one of those opportunities we thought we better bring to you pretty quick. We're saving a significant amount if we enter into that.
If we enter this by March 16th, what's the time frame on having to have funds?
It would be after July 1
Okay.
is when we would have to make the first payment.
Okay.
They would start processing and delay. Their recommendation is wait as long as possible to sign the agreement. Once we have the agreement signed, they'll put the paperwork in motion and it would be into the 26-27 budget year.
Thank you.
26-27 budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, the professional and subscription services, that's part of it too.
Yes. Commissioner Mangold and Mr. Chairman, the entire package, this 347,899 that I have it down to currently. That includes maintenance, support, everything going forward. So there will be support fees, yearly beyond that. However, they're not as much as the current system is. So there will be a cost savings there. But right now, I've managed to convince them to knock $202,000 off of what they had quoted us initially at the end of last year.
I guess I'd like to ask the budget officer, is there anything that precludes us from doing this when it's a future budget? Starts on July 1. I know we have projects that carry over, but I don't know about committing something that won't be budgeted until, I'm just asking, I have no idea how to do this.
Not that I'm aware, but what we could do, and I could visit with Steve Smart, but what we possibly could do is commit the money now. And then the budget and then carry it over into next year.
Oh. Okay, you're talking about maybe take it out of cash carryover and commit it.
Commit it.
And then,
make a
okay,
budget amendment.
not cash
commit that
carryover, but
funds,
reserves.
And
Okay.
then at the end of the budget, knowing we would carry it over to make our July 1 payment.
All right, and that's out of reserves, not cash carryover. That wasn't what I meant. So it'd be
Yeah.
out of reserves.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right, out of reserves, but
Okay.
we would note it as cash carry forward when we're doing it.
On June 30.
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense. That would be
It was-
my thought process, maybe, but again, I'd run it by Steve, maybe.
Right, so if I'm following everything right, do you have 87,000 in your current budget somewhere that you could,
174,000?
no, 87?
Oh, 87,000.
Which would be, if the city pays half, and we only have to pay half,
Our
half of our half
Okay.
by
All right, I see what you're
Wow.
completion, which is a total 86,750.
I believe we would. I mean, with the,
So it's possible we may not even have to do a budget amendment,
possible.
other than we can commit it. I have no problem with that.
But I guess again, transparency wise, if we're taking and using funds for vehicles or using stuff to carry into this, it's not really keep track of it, I would think,
Okay,
what I'm
Mr.
saying?
Chairman, what we could do there.
Right, we could-
is He would take it out of the line item that it would be projected to come out of. And it would go in red, and then that would be a true picture to the public of where that 87,000 came from, and then. So we could still make it be a true picture.
Sure.
Right.
Even though he may, not buy a truck or something like that.
So then we would,
Right.
Mr. Chairman, then we would have to do, if in fact you go over then your bottom line, we would do a budget amendment at the end of the year if necessary.
If necessary.
Right.
Okay.
And Commissioner
feasible.
Thiel, I guess I was assuming you were asking our overall budget, not for that one particular line item. I don't believe we have 87,000 in our equipment budget.
In the overall.
I think it would be the overall budget of the sheriff's
Right, right.
department. We
I
met.
mean, it was just the thought, because there's
Might be
two,
able to find out.
and second part of my question, you mentioned that our current system would be outdated in 2027, and I guess my question is how and why?
Commissioner Thiel, Mr. Chairman, the current system that we have was installed in 2014. It had already been on the market for 10 years then. So it's hit end of life. They're not making any spare parts for it anymore. If we have a piece of technology that fails as part of this system, we're going to go down. And we're trying to mitigate that so that I don't have to worry about that, for another year. There's a lot of agencies across the state that are in the same boat we are.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted an explanation. I mean, I'm not gonna, your emergency services, that's your business. You wanted to ask me if my excavator needs replaced, I'll explain, I'll justify it how I want, but.
Just don't ask me to read the manual, sir.
I think the other
Hey,
thing that-
Monty.
The other scary thing about it is if you look at what just happened to email.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And 911.
And 911 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. These systems are.
So Mr. Chairman, I do have one question. Do you know, are there any of these funds available in IT right now? that you're aware of? I don't think we budgeted over it at all. did we?
Not that I'm aware.
No, it has not been budgeted. We've been talking about it and discussing it, but we have not budgeted.
Questions?
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess just trying to figure out what's the best thing to do to go by Lloyd's half of the half until July 1. Or do the half. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Mr. Chairman, I guess first have we approached the city and do they have an option?
Yes,
With
we
our
met
agreement?
with, I'm sorry, we met with the city last week. They're bringing that to their city council, but Administrator Tolstead was very optimistic
If
and
I
positive about it.
Yeah, but Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, if I understand this right, we just need to come up with a 50% of the total by contract time, right? Which would, our half would be about 87,000. So as long as the city's on board. And I mean, I understand what you're trying to do and you're updating it, and it's good. It sounds like a good deal unless we're getting some outdated thing, but I'm sure you've done your research and we're good to go on that. So something that we need
So-
to be done.
To clarify though, we have to sign by the 16th,
Correct.
but we don't have to pay till July.
We won't receive an invoice until after July 1.
Right. Okay.
And in conversation, they're saying that depending on how long it takes for them to get through the paperwork and do all the usual contract agreement stuff, that they're not expecting an invoice until closer to the end of July. That's the timeline that I was working on.
So they're not invoicing until July.
So, Mr. Chairman, explain to me what is the contract execution?
Once we sign the agreement, then they run it through their legal department. They start ordering the equipment, getting everything staged and ready to go for shipping it out to us. And until it's ready to ship, we will not receive an invoice. Once it's ready to ship and physically come to Cody, then we will get an invoice for 50%.
I guess what I'm looking at is on page 37, it talks about kind of the completion or contract execution, which is required 50% of funding at that time.
Correct. And they're saying that the contract execution won't take place until after July 1 because they start their process once we sign the agreement saying
Even
that
though
we
we
intend to move
commit
forward.
by March 1st.
March 16th.
March 16th.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And then final acceptance and the contract is they have it installed. We've tested it. We know everything is functional and we're moving forward. That's when the final half of the payment.
Acceptance with the other 50% is.
Correct.
Which will hopefully be end of July.
End of July through August,
Yeah.
most likely.
Mr. Chair, in their professional services that will involve the training for you guys as well, or would they pass it off to our IT and they'll train you, or do you train
No,
them?
they will actually be on site and will train us in person.
So, Mr. Chairman, what they're asking today is just permission to enter into, not a contract, but to commit to a purchase order before March 16th.
And is there any provision? I mean, is there any way out? I mean, we signed the agreement. Is that what we held to that? Is that because we not execute the contract till July?
We're not executing it and starting the physical installation or anything. At that point, we would, the way I read it, we would have the ability to back out if need be.
Did they ask for a commitment letter?
Yeah, there's a form that you fill out and sign. It's included in the packet, I believe. And it just requires the signature, and then once you have the signature, then they will start moving forward.
See that?
Did I not include it?
There's a form somewhere. You know.
I may not have included it in this packet. My apologies.
It's most, Mr. Chairman, it's mostly a letter of intent.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Commissioner,
I included it.
I mean, we can't, we're working with a very building system. And for emergency services for the county, I mean, I think it's, no, we don't have, I don't think we have a choice. I mean, this is the safety end of all emergency services. And I mean, they've shown us that this is about as good a deal as probably we're gonna find. The best deal we found, we've been looking for a couple of years. And this is considerably better than, and they're not committing, I mean, I can't think it's gonna go down anymore. So I think we owe it to the people to commit to this, to update our system, to have the best working safety availability 911 system. So I don't know if we require an action here, but I would move to give permission for a letter of commitment for a March 16th deadline to purchase and update our
It's a radio,
dispatch console
correct,
system.
radio console. Yes.
I would second that because I know that I've voted against it. I'd need it right away. That's the way God works with me. So I'll second that.
A question is, do we have some kind of language in there that if a contract pops out, it comes available, so approval by store form?
Prior to initiation.
I think we almost,
No, there's no.
Mr. Chair, I think we may also want to put a little clause in there that, you know, based on the acceptance of the city as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Awesome.
Contingent on
Contingent
city's
on.
approval.
Mr. Chairman, can you amend your motion to say contingent on city of Cody approval and reviewed as to form by the county attorney?
That's what I said.
That's what I seconded.
Okay. We got it.
Ben moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All any opposed? Motion carried.
Lonnie, thank you for the work
Thank
on
you.
this and getting it down. As
I
much
was
as you
very surprised, ma'am.
I know.
What's some of your
Good.
kickback?
I'm just glad that I was able to save the taxpayers some money because the cost just kept going up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Amazing.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, when we heard from Andrew, it was 550.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Next, we have Greg Bessler. This is in reference to American Legion Patriot Community Center.
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
Hello.
Wait, Greg, get his computer set up. So you can see the pretty stuff.
Cool.
I'm Russell Stafford and this is Greg Bessler from Powell American Legion. Thank you for having us, tolerating us, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
All right, so we are going to be presenting something that I'm sure all of you have probably heard about or read about in the paper or something like that. It's the Powell Patriot Community Center. And it's a combination of the American Legion, disabled vets, the VFW, and other service organizations trying to come underneath one roof. If what we've seen is there's a growing need for space throughout the community, not just Powell, but throughout the whole Bighorn Basin. And so that's one of the things that we are trying to take care of is get everything so that our organizations can actually do what they're supposed to do instead of trying to do maintenance on buildings or trying to find some place to do it or something like that. So that's what brought this on. Once again, brings a whole location for all of the Bighorn Basin. So not just Park County, but all of Bighorn Basin. Reason we say that is because right now we do a food distribution, just about a week.
Twice a week,
Yeah, Tuesdays and Saturdays. And it does take care about 80 people on a regular daily basis, or those 2 daily bases. And then we do a food commodity distribution 1 time a month. I think it's the 3rd Saturday of the month. And we are serving about 180 families out of that food commodity distribution. One of the aspects of this is that we're going to have twice the amount of room to do storage for food. And we've already talked with the governor's wife. The first lady of Wyoming. Her initiative was hunger and all that. So we've already been working with them. And they said that if this is a success and we're able to get it done, they will be glad to have us be a food distribution hub for the state of Wyoming. Meaning that we would have a lot more fruits, vegetables, and stuff that will deteriorate a lot faster that we can't get right now because of space, storage, and all that stuff. We know that we are serving Lovell, Cody, Basin, and Graybull with some of the families that we're feeding in the Bighorn Basin. So we know that it's across the basin that needs it, not just here. The other aspect of it's going to be that we are looking for meeting spaces for our families of veterans and the community as a whole. A lot of your service organizations work on the aspect of veterans first and trying to take care of them, get their VA healthcare and all of that stuff. And I don't know how up to date you guys are, but we've got the Cody C-Box, so community base of care, I believe is what it is. Something like that. I don't know. Anyways, it's the Cody VA and it's run out of the Sheridan Hospital. We've had talks with them and they're excited that they might actually have a place where they can do some meetings with mental health and get some groups started that need to be started in this area. Right now, they have no facility to really do that, because these groups usually get up about 12 to 20 people. So they got to have the space to do it. And, and it's also got to have silence and security and all that stuff, so people don't hear everything that's being said. So they're excited to hear that we're doing this. They're also excited to hear that one of our projects is not physical therapy, a light therapy aftercare room. So it's essentially a physical therapy room that the veterans can continue to do their therapy after their community care runs out. So community care is only about a year. And after surgery or something like that, they give you the 6 weeks, 8 weeks. We all know that physical therapy wants you to keep going for a lot longer. So one of our aspects is to have that room, and we are proud to say that BOCC is ready to partner with us on that. BOCC Physical Therapy. I know they're. And so, are you there?
No.
Okay, I'll keep dragging it out. So we've got that. We've got groups that are wanting to work with us on getting gaming systems put in place. I know everybody just looked at me, gaming system. It has been proven by the VA, by the American Legion, and by the VFW that when a veteran actively involves themselves in a gaming community, they recover faster from their PTSDs and TBIs because their brain isn't all over the place. It's focusing on one thing, so it's able to heal. And at the same time, they're not sitting in a dark room or somewhere like that, brooding and getting deeper into their negative aspects. So that's why I said gaming area. We are also looking at a computer place where veterans can come in and access their VA records, access their VA doctors, stuff like that, because unfortunately, that's the way the VA is going now. And a lot of our older vets don't like it. But if we give them a place that's safe that they can come to and get help if they need to get on there or something like that, we feel that it's going to be very essential and help everybody. Those computers will also be used for a tutoring service that we know would benefit the students in Powell, hopefully other places as well, but at least we'll be helping some of the students get that after school tutoring and stuff like that. What else? We've got some letters of support. We've got one from the city of Powell. We got one from the Northwest College. We got one from the Wyoming Veterans Commission. What is it? PEP, is that Powell Economic Partnership? Thank you. We've got it from Senator Lummis, and we've got a couple others from American Legion, obviously. You know, we got to end there. So. And the VFW, and we've gotten great comments from the DAV. In case you guys don't know, there is no DAV chapter up here anymore. That's why you see the DAV's car sitting at the hospital or over behind the Graybull City Hall, because they don't have a chapter anymore. So nobody's driving those vehicles, meaning that we are struggling to find people to get our veterans to appointments. So far, we've been successful in doing that, but it's going to become a bigger struggle. It always does. So, computers, rehab lab, initiative.
So, thanks for coming in, and we do have some kind of 12-page PowerPoint that was sent to us. In case Greg is lost even.
I'm not. Hey, we graduated at the same high school.
I might have on my computer what you're looking at,
Okay.
but I guess where I'm gonna be real blunt, I'm looking at what you sent to us previously, and you're looking at I can't remember what it was, 24,000 square foot building to the tune of approximately $7,252,300. What do you want from us? A letter of support? I think we might be interested in that. Now, funding-wise, I can tell you I mean, I'm only one of 5 commissioners here, but right now.
We are here to let you ask questions about it so that you understand what we're doing. We're not here seeking anything. Letter of support, we would love. I mean, don't get us wrong, because letter of supports go a long way when we're seeking out grants. And if we got people on.
And
board
that's,
helping-
I'm assuming where I was going with that is,
Yes.
where are you gonna get $17 million in, if the letter is, if through grants and the stuff, I mean, I'd be more than happy
We were looking
as
for
one
you to write a check.
commissioner to support your endeavor, but yeah, that's.
I mean, to be honest with you, the $17 million mark that you see in there is based off of our architect. It says that in the state of Wyoming, we're paying $395 a square foot to build. Well, we're not building what the state of Wyoming is building. So with that being said, you're more realistically looking between the 11 and 13 million. That would be a better guess. We won't know the exact numbers until we finish the architectural and engineering drawings and send out the RFPs. And that's where we come in play. When we send out the RFPs, it's not going to be emailed or sent to somebody. We have a lot of connections within the city of Powell and Cody, Bighorn Basin, veteran people that like veterans, and will support us. And we will be paying those high prices for this type of a building. In the same sense, we're wanting function, open forum.
Yeah.
We want a building that's going to function. We don't have to have pretty brick from the ground up. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot better for us in the long run. Inside, it's going to have some niceties. We spoke of our big hall. Well, one of the advantages for that is just exactly what you guys are doing in here, going live broadcasting. Plus our 3 other meeting rooms, be all live broadcasting, or Zoom meetings or whatever. And that's extremely important. One of the ones you did miss is the Veterans Network out of Billings.
Yes.
They already want to have monthly or bi-monthly? Monthly, where they come down and this is what they do. They have these meetings and these breakouts and they do live broadcasting for all of it. And it doesn't just go to Wyoming, it goes to across the entire United States.
Yep.
So,
And the other aspect, I know that you've seen the drawings, obviously, because you found him before he could. The club area, you'll see that that's kind of a small area. All of your service organizations are getting away from everybody thinking all we do is drink and swap war stories and all of that stuff. That club area is going to be an area where the whole family can be. Like if we wanted to do bingo in there, or if we wanted to do a darts tournament that kids can be in or something like that.
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
Cornhole.
that's a dangerous word.
Yeah, cornhole will be there for sure. You know. But
No,
yes,
you could put 6 pickleball courts inside that hall. I measured it out. Just in case I could get my way.
What your flooring is.
Mr. Chair, where is the location? Is that going to be off Fair Street or are you going to stay on Clark? or-
The proposed location that we're looking at, and we have the right of first refusal for the purchase, is the 2 lots south of the Restore. In
Oh,
Powell,
okay.
Water Tower West, which would have been Clock Tower. Steve has given us the right to purchase that property.
Interesting.
Now, will we go there? That's where we desire to go, but if the city decides they want to donate some property or something else happens, somebody else has some property they want to donate, yeah, we have to take a look at that.
I think I know where that's going.
Yeah.
We've talked.
Yes. But that's the future.
Nope, that's fine.
We think the presence would be much better fitting next to the war memorial.
Yeah, it's a cool idea.
that and we're still in town, so we still got that connection and everything like that.
And, it's a community building. It's not just veterans.
Right.
So, and I think he spoke about the community, functions in it. It has to be, we'll have office space for them to rent, of course, at a discounted rate that they provide a service to the community. That's going to be a requirement because they all have to be vetted. Can't put a boutique in there.
Interesting.
Just when I know that property on Clark Street has been sort of chaotic, I guess, between the city, the county, the American Legion, getting maybe a straight trade, with the city, and they could just take over that section. So that could be a city park, I guess, on Clark Street. Or have you thought about selling the building?
Yes, we did.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that one after a lot of research with Mr. Bessler and a lot of conversations in Powell. The buildings revert to the city and county if they were to vacate. And we have the issue with the Homesteader Museum and then the other building. So I don't know what the city of Powell would decide, or if we could all get together and do something with that area. I'm not sure what we'd want to have happen with the Homesteader, but there's at this point, not a monetary value that would go to the Veteran Center, if it was set up that way. I mean, we were hoping that there was a possibility the county just bought the building and used it for a library or something when we had this whole discussion, but that didn't work out because of the way the deed is written.
So technically, the way the county attorney wrote it is we leased that building to the county. The property, the land for everything is leased to us from the city. The county builds anything permanent on that project. The buildings are now owned by the American Legion. So it's very confusing.
That's what I said. It's going to be confusing.
It's a mess.
It took us quite a while to figure all that out.
It's about a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, are you currently seeking actively seeking any specific grants at this point?
Specific what?
Grants?
No, we just barely started our capital campaign on the 28th or 29th of October. We're just scratching the
Okay.
surface. We want to get this information out to all the public and from us firsthand, not from word of
Social
mouth or
media,
hearsay.
right.
That was more important to us. That's the reason why we're here today.
Mr. Chairman, I would certainly agree that we do a letter of
Yeah.
support.
That's
don't-
the only thing we could ask for.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, I think we could also, in the future, if there is a specific grant that you're after, I mean, we can go more even, possibly a follow-up specific to whatever organization or agency that you're seeking that from, a little more direct. So, but we can for sure, right? Not for sure. I suppose in action, put a blanket letter of support. If that would be any.
That would be like.
Okay.
One of the key things we also missed was the emergency management. That facility would be able to function as a emergency shelter.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have showers.
Yes.
In the back restrooms, 2 each. So put some thought into that.
You might also use that information to check with our Homeland Security people and see if there's some grants available in that direction. Or
We've
a
looked.
standby, okay, because I know he's good at chasing some of those things, so. Cool,
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it came up is,
Okay.
wait a minute, we got showers, we got a
Okay.
kitchen,
Yep.
we can do it.
That's a good idea.
I think I heard Commissioner Teal volunteer to write the letter.
I was studying the 4 different ones, seeing if we could come up with a hybrid.
Oh, be careful.
Chat GPT.
Yeah, GPT.
I bet we can, Kelly and I can come up with something, right, Kelly?
Right, Kelly?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a formal motion that we do a letter of support for the Patriot Community Center, American Legion.
Second,
Ben moving second to write a letter of support for this American Legion, this Patriot Community Center. Any further discussion?
Just thank you for coming in and giving the presentation so we can see it. It's good to have that.
And allow the chair to sign.
Yeah. Vouchers.
Thank you for allowing us to come in. Sorry, I was just gonna show up the picture. It shows better the layout. It's on a big
Oh.
screen. Oh, that's all.
It's not bad on here.
I magnified mine.
Perfect. If you have any questions, my name and number is on that document everywhere. Everybody knows how to get a hold of me.
Been moved and seconded. So, all in favor?
aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Get you a letter.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much
for
for
coming
your
in.
time and for listening
Thank
to
you.
us.
Thank you for coming in. Thanks for what you're doing.
Are you gonna take donations at some time or?
We are taking donations now.
Yeah, it's available on our website. There's a whole different section in there for donations.
Did you?
And of course, we have, we'll be running fundraisers, so.
I will have
Okay,
access to
I
those.
started to say is, yeah, the email website and you can send it to the town.
Perfect, I'll be sure to look.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's the, just me?
Oh, this is Kyle.
Hi.
Look at this and then-
You're not supposed to talk to him. No, I'm just kidding.
10 to 11.
He's so petty.
He's used to it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree with that side.
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded times 2. That was in favor?
Aye.
You're.
Put my fingers in here in case I need them. I don't want to stay for like an hour, that long.
I think we can come up with a hybrid of one of those.
May I go?
Have you
Go some hair, you don't get.
have you seen them?
No.
I got it sports.
They're in,
Yeah.
at the end of SharePoint.
You see, they're having a Super Bowl party at the movie theater.
Where?
Down
Yeah.
here.
Oh, really?
It's